Really? Now is when you decide that you want to go out of focus? If anyone is watching this, really? Come on. All I did was stand up for just a second. Okay, we can go this way then. Boom. Now you don't get to see anything. How does that feel? That's what I thought. Come on. There we go. Finally. Okay, okay, okay. For anyone watching the YouTube playback, uh, I have not done a YouTube live video since Google Plus was a thing. So I went live a few minutes early to hopefully get around some of the problems. I have no idea. I have no idea how well this is going to work. I'm significantly more well versed in streaming on other platforms that shall remain nameless. But my D&D content is here for the most part. The polls and things that I've done have been here. The conversations I have had have been here, and the interview itself is here. So it made sense for me to stream here if this becomes something that people are interested in, not about this nonsense, but other RPG related streams where I interact with chat. Maybe this will become a thing. I have no idea. I have no idea if this is even working to be 100% correct. So first few minutes go weird. Feel free to fast forward to whenever I start actually talking nonsense. Oh, and anyone that shows up, feel free to say things in the live chat. I have very, I don't. Does it? All right. So it has top chat. What can I do? Live chat, all message visible. Cool. I want to see everything. So again, I have no idea if this is going to work. My goal is when people have issues with things that I'm saying, or they want me to clarify something, they can just say something in chat, and I can answer them in real time, as opposed to writing out paragraphs in the comment section trying to kind of explain my position and trying to get clarification from other people. That is the goal of this. Whether or not that happens, we will find out. Okay, so how... All right. Okay. New pin chat. Thank you. All right. So the reason you just heard my voice again is I have brought up the live stream on another monitor, so that in case chat for some odd reason is not getting uploaded to OBS, which is what I'm using for all of this, because that's what I'm used to using, I can still see if people are chatting in the live stream itself, and hopefully all this stuff will work. So yeah, as of right now, it seems that nobody cares about this, but I'm gonna start talking. I've never done live stream on YouTube, or again, I haven't done it in like 6 or 7 years. So it's very possible the vast majority of the people that are going to watch this are going to watch this VOD, which I hope doing this on YouTube lets it to do that. But be on the safe side, I'm going to get a local recording just in case, so I can upload this if I need to. So I think this is important information. It's the only reason I'm doing this. I have mentioned before, I'm not a huge fan of drama. I don't like making videos like this, but I seem to have a unique perspective that I have not seen anywhere else, which is I am a businessman. Like I have significant business experience that apparently most other people just don't. That have been talking about this. So I'm hoping this will shed a little bit of light on the subject. So going to start recording. So let's see how this goes. All right. So hello again, adventurers, and welcome to something very, 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 very different that I've never really done before, which is effectively live streaming my kind of reaction, and I call it a reaction because I am going to be reacting very similar to like the standard React format, where you guys will be able to see the clip that I'm watching, and I'm going to go basically question by question and kind of follow up on what Kyle Brinks said in this interview with the Three Black Halflings, which is the channel where we're going to be seeing, with the intent of providing some clarification that simply wasn't provided during the stream itself. I'm only going to be reacting to the actual time that Kyle Brinks is on there. They have a little intro part and they have a little outro part. I'm not going to be streaming that part of it. I highly encourage everyone, after I'm done with this, go over to their channel. From everything I've seen thus far, and this particular interview, they have been doing some really great stuff. They're a relatively small channel, though nowhere near as small as I am. And it seems like they're trying to make good quality content. And like most other people in this whole kerfuffle, have just been thrust into a situation that is extremely complicated, requires a relatively high level of knowledge of business workings to be able to understand some of the steps that have been taken. And because of that, there have been a lot of misunderstandings. Some of them, in my personal opinion, were purposeful misunderstandings meant to cause drama and chaos in an attempt to profit off of them. A lot more were simply people that don't understand how contracts work or how businesses work and the things like that, which is extremely common. To give everyone an idea, my background in business, I originally went to school to be an actor and a musician. I dropped out after 2 years to pursue a career in film. That went super well, as you can all see. Though I was paid once, so I am technically a professional actor. I was an extra, but I got a paycheck for it. It was small enough that my agent didn't take their cut, but I got a paycheck. After doing that for a little bit, I needed something to pay the bills. So I started out delivering pizzas, and then when that was causing issues with me, I went into retail work and was very quickly promoted to management. And from that point on, I went from effectively just a sales manager to running all of the sales and keeping track of revenue of, I did the math once, I think it's somewhere between a $6 and $14 million store. It was the busiest store in the busiest district of a Fortune 500 company. After doing that, I transferred to a few other stores because I was very good at what I did. And so when I would fix one store, they would put me in a different one. Thus far, like I said, I've worked for a Fortune 500 company. I've worked for a nonprofit. I've worked for franchise, individually owned franchises. And I've also worked for effectively kind of a mom and pop run company where we did things like we tracked our accounting by hand in a green columnar notebook, and had to do things like pay our electricity bill with a check. So I've worked the widespread of retail, and I've been in retail, and I've been very successful in all of them. In addition to that, I went back to school later. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Marketing Management. That particular degree is a combination of a just kind of generic marketing degree with an emphasis in project management, which project management in and of itself is a specialization of business management in general. So my degree covered kind of generic business management stuff, things like business law, contract law, and things like that as it relates to businesses. And it also involved a lot of marketing, economics, and then specifically classes on project management and how to take a project from, initial idea to completion and all the other stuff. I learned about batch processing and all that. complicated. In addition to that, I am a platinum best-selling DM's Guild publisher. I was a local coordinator for the D&D Adventurers League. I was a regular in the convention, the RPG convention scene in Wisconsin, which is a relatively large scene. I still have some contacts there. And I used to run all of the organized play, or I was in charge of all the organized play games for a local convention that shall remain nameless. But I basically did all the stuff for the D&D Adventures League. I also, the guy that did Pathfinder Society reported to me, and also Shadowrun Missions was supposed to report to me, but for whatever reason we mixed some wires and we didn't have Shadowrun Missions for a couple years. So that is my experience as far as it goes to this particular topic. Like I said, the reason I am talking about all this stuff is I keep seeing the same kind of misinformation being stated over and over and over again. And they're very, very common mistakes that people that have never seen the higher rungs of how a business runs just assume because they've never had to deal with it. Remarkably enough, running a business is a incredibly complicated process. There are a lot of things that people don't understand, and when you don't understand them, you tend to undervalue the amount of work that goes into running a business. I cannot tell you how many times I have had very good friends of mine that knew I was a manager that said to my face, "God, managers are just so lazy and you guys do nothing." And I remember a situation specifically where I listed off maybe a quarter of the things that I would do in a standard week. And they all just looked at me shocked. As you can't do all of that. I said, yes, I can and I do. Well, I mean, we only see them sitting in the office. I said, well, what you see and what actually happens are very rarely the same thing. So that is my intention of doing all of this. Some slight background on Kyle Brinks, executive. He's the executive producer, I believe, for Dungeons and Dragons. He hasn't been in the position super long, but I believe it at least predates this entire kerfuffle. And from what three black halflings have said, they were told nothing is off the table. Their intention was to ask the hard-hitting questions. So this was never intended to be kind of like a fluff piece or something like that where you find a journalist or someone to give you an interview and just kind of lob you these easy softball questions or anything like that. This was meant to be kind of a gotcha moment. Their intention in going into this was to get at the truth. And from what I saw when watching the interview, I believe that they did that relatively well. But because, and I have to go on assumptions here because I've never spoken with anyone from Three Black Halflings. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know the channel existed until I saw this interview. If anyone from that is actually watching this, first things first, you need to make better life choices because there's better things you could be doing with your time than watching me. But I would be extremely happy to talk to you. If you wanted to come on this live stream, I have absolutely no problem with that. I absolutely welcome it. If you would prefer to talk offline, I'm happy with that too. If you'd prefer to do an interview with me on your channel, happy to do that too. None of this is meant to be me attacking another creator or anything like that. The only person that I generally in this whole process, there's only been a few people that I have outright quote-unquote attacked, and they are people that I personally believe have been intentionally misleading people. And I'm not going to name them in here because I've named them enough, and again, that's not the point of this. So, anyone that is watching, I have chat in two different places here. I'm hoping that means if you say something in chat, I will see it. If anyone wants to say something in chat right now, just to make sure the live chat is working, I would be especially happy with you because, again, it's the first time I've done YouTube streaming in a very, very long time. But please, 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 ask me questions. Call me out in chat. I will do. Hi, Wichita. The reason I'm having a hard time reading your name is it's very small on my screen. And I have horrendous eyesight. But Wichita, thank you very much. Like I said, please, 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 call me out in chat. Ask me tough questions. I'm very, very happy to talk about this as a topic, not because I enjoy the drama or anything, but because I really do enjoy educating people. My specialty in retail management was staffing and team development. I trained salesmen and I trained managers. And like I said, I was very, very good at it. Most of the managers that I trained were promoted to higher positions relatively quickly while I was still with a company or shortly after I left it. So I want people to be more informed about this because the better informed people are, the less chance of something like this happening again. And that's the thing that I really, really want to kind of emphasize. And I'm going to say this right now. Nothing that came out of this was caused by the original leak or by canceling your D&D subs or by screaming at people on the internet that you're not allowed to like Dungeons and Dragons anymore. None of that actually helped. The only things that actually did anything in this, and we'll see when we go to the interview that be supported quite a few different ways, was the actual feedback form that Wizards of the Coast was always intending to use. And Wizards of the Coast themselves working with other big publishers before any of this happened to get a better idea of what things are going to do. And that tracks with how Dungeons and Dragons has been run for a decade now. So, that being said, unless anyone has any questions, one thing I did want to bring up, and again, I'm not going to mention names, but there was a very, very wonderful person that on my poll had a very, very long conversation with me about this and talked about the idea, well, Wizards of the Coast has lost our trust and they haven't proven anything. None of the things that quote-unquote came out have been proven aside from the quote-unquote leak, which that in and of itself, if I have the actual document, I still have it saved on my computer. Nothing in that document is proof of anything. It was a Word document, which is not generally how these things are spread. Literally anyone could have written it. Now, Wizards of the Coast has not denied that the document itself was true. They have called it a draft. The original leaker, the journalist that I have painted in a very bad light for numerous reasons, also called it a draft in the initial thing. Everyone that's arguing about, well, it was never a draft. When it was originally leaked, it was called a draft. I don't know how much easier it is to debunk that. It was always a draft. It was always going to be a draft. And as we'll see in here, by the time it was leaked, it was already not going to be released. Like the thing that was leaked was never going to see the light of day, wouldn't have seen the light of day had not that journalist decided to create panic around this. This whole process has not hurt Hasbro in any way, shape, or form. Anyone that points to stocks are remarkably unreliable as far as documenting the health of a business, and they're also entirely speculative, and so they change on a minute-by-minute basis, and the market itself has been down for a few months at this point. And the only reason it was up at any point is it's always up around the holidays this season. So it fluctuates. There has been no correlation that has been able to been proved that this had any effect on Hasbro's stock. Causal relationship definitely hasn't been proven. Hasn't hurt Hasbro at all. It's damaged the brand of D&D. But I'm interested to see how the sales of the next book could come out, because I really don't think it's done that much damage to them. What it has done damage is to countless third-party publishers other than companies like Paizo and Kobold Press. They weren't hurt by this at all. They've made money off of it. 100%. They've made they have and will make a significant amount of money off this. They weren't hurt in any way, shape, or form. The people that were hurt are smaller content creators and producers that have been brought through the ringer over this. Friendships have been ended over this. It was a bunch of nonsense that the only people that got hurt were the people that were supposed to be the ones that were being protected. And had the original leaked document, which again was never going to see the light of day, but let's pretend it was. Thank you, phone. Had that actually been leaked, it wouldn't have hurt any of the people that got hurt by this entire kerfuffle. And that's the thing I'm trying to prevent from happening again. We need some actual facts instead of mistrust and misinformation. The fact that Wizards of the Coast has to disprove things that have never had any support. All of their quote-unquote proof has been unnamed sources, and the one sort of concrete fact that everyone points to is the one dude at Kickstarter that mentioned that they had been in negotiations. That's all they said. Everyone claims to say that, no, he confirmed that the entire document was true. No, he never said that. He actually never even confirmed that the numbers were right. He did everything he could to not say any of that. The only thing he confirmed is that they did talk with Wizards of the Coast, which is confirmed in this. Wizards of the Coast says, yes, we reached out to big creators to talk about this, which goes in line with literally everything else they've done for the past decade. So let's actually get into this the thing and see what they actually say. So, here. So this is it. Volume wise, again, I've not done this in so long. Let me know if things are not working the way that they're supposed to. I will try to adjust as much as I can. I'm relatively certain that we are going to get DMCA flag for this. Not from... I don't believe Three Black Halflings would do anything against us, seeing as they are also a fellow small creator. But the automated flagging, I will almost guarantee will do something. So... yeah, thanks, Imp and Wichiden. So, so yeah, if technical issues, just let me know. Again, this is a learning process for me. And like I said, anytime you smell something that doesn't seem right, that you think I'm talking out of my ass, please call me out. 100%. I think the biggest issue with the interview that I saw was there was no interaction. There was no way. The hour-long session we're about to watch, the confrontation was there, but any of the results of it happened when Kyle wasn't on the stream, and so there was no way to really react to their accusations or defend himself or WotC in any way, shape, or form. So let's watch this. So, and I'm going to be stopping constantly to provide my own understanding of this situation and how actual businesses are run. So
we are here with Kyle Brink, D&D Team's executive producer. Kyle, first of all, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, sure. Happy to be here.
Yes, I guess my first question. Yes, my first question is, in your own words, why are you here?
Because what's happened in our community has affected creators and the community first and hardest. So that's where I needed to go first.
Okay. Well...
So, like I said, I'm going to be stopping constantly. Something that you will see a lot in this is Jeremy seems to be the one that's kind of leading all of this. Liv will pop in every so often, but Jeremy looks to be the one that is really trying to hard focus on this. And you will see really, really often that he will ask these very, very he'll ask these very, very pointed questions with the hopes of getting a very particular answer in a kind of gotcha moment. This particular one was a relatively open-ended question, but if you watch their after the after thing, which I'm not going to stream here, again, in the description, go watch their whole video. It's pretty well done, despite the fact that I disagree with a lot of the conclusions they came to. They're going to try and get Kyle to say certain things, and they're not able to get him to do that most of the time. This particular question, my belief in this question is he was trying to get Kyle to admit, well, this is damage control because we screwed up. And Kyle doesn't really fall into that trap ever. And a lot of people, including Jeremy and Liv, have tried to say that this is, well, that's because this was all corporate speak. No, it's because he knew what he was talking about. They talk about, after this, they talk about Wizards of the Coast did ask for the questions beforehand. They refused to give them. And their interpretation of, well, they wanted the questions beforehand so that they could make sure they weren't saying anything wrong, which is a tactic that businesses use. I'm not saying that that's not a thing that happens. But Wizards of the Coast justification was, if you're going to ask specific things, we want to have the information available to you. We don't want to have to say, you know what, I really don't have that information for you. And you will see during this conversation, there are a few times where Kyle has to go, I don't have that information. Had they given the questions earlier, he wouldn't have had that excuse. So while, yes, I understand why they did it, they shot themselves in the foot there, because now they can't counter with, well, no, you knew this question was coming and you purposefully didn't give it. That shows you're being dishonest. That would have been a very good gotcha moment. They decided to go against that because they thought they might be able to trip up Kyle somehow in here. And something that I have learned a lot when dealing with hostile questioning, which I myself have had happen to me in business situations, is people that are very knowledgeable and are expecting a hostile interview can react very, very well to it without being deceptive. If we look at body language, if we look at word choice and things like that, nothing Kyle does in this indicates that he's trying to hide something or obfuscate something. He is blatantly he's blatantly audience. I cannot talk. He is blatantly honest in all of this, and even when they go on the offensive, they try to get him to admit to something that didn't actually happen. He's able to very calmly and clearly react to it. And he never gets defensive in any of this, which is another pretty good indication that something is going on. Doesn't always mean deception, but it can mean they're taking things personally. It can mean that the person that's being interviewed thinks that the interview itself is being done in bad faith. There's a lot of different things that deception can, or that defensiveness can indicate. You won't see any of that in here. That being said, let's actually watch the rest of this. We're in like 30 seconds in, and I've already spent like an hour talking.
I guess on the subject of things affecting the community, well, this entire conversation is obviously in the wake of the OGL controversy. So my first question would be, why is it that management feels the need to change the OGL in the first place, or at least felt the need to change the OGL in the first place?
Yeah, so we still have a lot of real concerns about big media corps moving into the D&D space, new technologies that weren't considered when the OGL was first written, the emergence of some hateful content that's coming around out there. When you have a bigger community, you have a bigger duty, and we're just worried about the impact of some of these things. Mm-hmm. And that was the origin. I will say that I've been at Wizards for a couple years now, and this was in process when I got here. So these concerns have been a concern at Wizards for a long time. and I was part of the team that picked up the ball and continued forward with it. But those were the motivations behind it. Is worries about, and when I say big media corps, I don't mean Wizards big. I mean like Meta big. I mean like Disney big. That's the kind of stuff we were actually worried about.
So specifically, like.
So I'm going to stop there for a second. So this is something that, again, a really easy way to tell if someone is lying to you, if they're bad at it, to be perfectly honest, is the story tends to change. As you present new information, the story will change. Oh, well, yeah, but you misunderstood this, and they will slightly pivot. The justification that Kyle just gave is the same justification that was in the leaked document. It's the same justification that has been stated over and over and over again. Way back when the original rumor was there was no OGL for 1D&D, and all that stuff was that was the huge thing that took them months to respond to. It has always been, we're afraid of what other people are going to do with this and have already done with it. And now they're specifically naming names. Meta, which, if you don't know, Meta is the umbrella corporation that owns Facebook. That is a really big deal. And he'll go into specifics here in just a second, but I want to kind of point out that the statement itself has not changed the entire time this is happening. Whereas other statements, like, for example, Wizards never reads any of your feedback. Well, no, here is stuff to refute that. Well, what I meant was they used to read your feedback, but they definitely don't do it for 1D&D. If you don't know what I'm referencing, you should be very, very happy with yourself because you avoided one of the largest lie conglomerates of this entire situation. That is a huge, huge, huge red flag that, they're lying, because as soon as something conflicts with the lie, they will go, well, what I mean is I'm going to change my lie ever so slightly so it sounds like my old lie was true, when in all actuality, there's no possible way that the statement, they never looked at your feedback, can also be true with, well, they used to look at your feedback, but now they don't. Those are two completely contradictory statements. They can't have never looked at it, but then also used to look at it, but don't any longer. So those are the kind of things that I look for when I am watching an interview like this. I'm going, okay, what have they said before? What are the statements that they've made? Again, in business, this is a remarkably common thing, especially in staffing, which is what one of the things I used to do. The interview process itself in most corporations is incredibly adversarial, and you are constantly trying to catch people lying about their resume, lying about their work experience, lying about their intentions with the company. Part of my management training, specifically when I was learning staffing, was how to spot when people are lying and how to look over a resume to find out what parts of it aren't true, what words they use when they're saying things that aren't true. So all of this, very, very familiar to me. And everything that Kyle is saying thus far fits with the idea that he seems to be telling the truth in this particular moment. So let's keep going.
In what way were you worried about a company like Disney, like somehow interfering with D&D?
So under the OGL 108 is written, there's quite a bit.
I want to stop real quick just to mention a tip I was given when I was learning how to interview, how to be interviewed. And this is actually an exceptionally useful tip anytime you're being interviewed, whether it's for a job, whether it's for something like this, is the phrase, "That's a really good question," is unbelievably useful. The reason why is when they ask you a question that you're not prepared for, you can say, you know what, that is a really good question. And if you need more time, you can go, that's a really good question. So, and you restate the question. This is proper interview technique that I was taught. So the fact that his response is always, okay, let me answer, to me, that's another thing that were I interviewing him, that would be something I would be looking for. If he's constantly going, well, that's a good question, that to me is an indication of I have asked a question that he wasn't prepared for, and now he's going to try and pivot and try to, I can't remember what the industry to term is. I think it's like stick to the line or stick to the something. Where it's basically every single question you get asked, you find a way to pivot back to, well, this is what I'm trying to say with this. And it doesn't matter what they ask you, it will always somehow come back to, well, this particular point. Really common thing in marketing in general. Interviews and stuff like that are used in marketing all the time. So I just wanted to point out that he hasn't done that. I don't remember him doing that anywhere in there, but if he does, make sure you guys call me out for that, because we can kind of analyze that a little bit closer. So I'm going to go slightly back just a little bit.
A company like Disney, like somehow interfering with D&D.
So under the OGL 108 is written, there's quite a bit of things you could do with the SRD. And just as a for instance, this wasn't a specific concern, but you asked for an example. Mm-hmm. Let's say that you were a large social media company that had built an amazing social media platform, and then you would use those dollars to make a virtual reality metaverse, you might say. Let's say you were some unnamed company that had done all those things, and then you decided to make a D&D virtual reality space where people could come and play D&D in VR. Well, as written, we wouldn't be there at the table to talk with them about what's true to D&D and what's not. And we would be very concerned about where a company like that has not had a great track record, honestly, with how it manages its community and what it allows people to do on its platforms, what they would do with D&D. And so we were looking for ways to be at the table when those conversations take place.
Okay.
So another really, really great point that Kikau brings up, that it wasn't something that I had considered when I was first thinking about this, but it makes perfect sense. The idea that, and again, this is a completely hypothetical company that might have been called Meta and might have been trying to create a virtual reality platform that might have been called Metaverse. Who knows? This is all theoretical, and we would never talk about something real. They do bring up a really, really valid point. People have been freaking out about the idea of D&D introducing microtransactions and other the things like that because of a single phrase that was taken out of context from an investors meeting where one of the heads of D&D said that someone else had told them that D&D was under-monetized. So we're hearing secondhand from an investors meeting. I'm going to tell you guys right now, being under-monetized is corporate talk. I heard it literally 100 times during my career working for a Fortune 500 company. We were constantly being told about how we were under-monetizing customers. We were under-monetizing our print customers. We were under-monetizing everything. Everything was always under-monetized. And you know how we were under-monetizing customers? By leaving shopping carts in the parking lot. That was under-monetizing customers. Or but by not offering to give them paper when they bought a printer, like not giving them a case of paper every time they bought a printer, or every time they came into the inkwall, by not specifically bringing with us a ream of paper to give them. That is what under-monetizing meant in that particular instance. Under-monetizing is corporate speak for we think there is an easy way for us to make more money. The other phrase that is thrown around constantly is what's called leaving money on the table. This is one of the biggest sins in business, and basically what it is, it's describing a situation where there is actual just money sitting out in front of you, and the only reason that you are not taking it is you simply just haven't picked it up. That's what leaving money on the table is there is something so infinitely easy and simple that you could be doing that could be making you money, and you simply aren't. That's what leaving money on the table is. An investors meeting, the entire purpose of an investors meeting is to convince people not to sell stocks. It's the whole point. And again, market's been up and down pretty drastically over the past year, easily. And so people were getting worried about Hasbro specifically. And so there was an investors meeting and they said these are under monetized. That is corporate speak for please don't sell our stock. We're going to make more money. That's all it is. Like I said, I've heard the phrase under monetized so many times, it doesn't affect me anymore because it's just corporate speak. The other big corporate speak that used to be real popular is vertical integration. Which was super, super popular in like the early 2010s and then fell off really quickly as soon as people started associating vertical integration with vertical monopoly, which is illegal based on the Sherman Antitrust Act, which was passed in the late 19th century. So it is corpo speak. Nothing that Kyle has said here has been corpo speak. I'm fluent in corpo speak. Nothing he said here has been corpo speak, and everyone, going back to the point I was making before, everyone was worried about D&D kind of microtransactioning out, or WotC microtransactioning out D&D. Could you imagine if Meta got a hold of Dungeons and Dragons? What they would do with microtransactions? Do you guys not remember Farmville and that whole period of Facebook games where people went into massive amounts of debt for that? This is an extremely valid point. Hey, you guys don't like the idea of microtransactions being put into D&D. Well, as of OGL 1.1 Alpha, there's no way to stop that. If Meta wants to do it, if Disney wants to make their own D&D themed place and sell you $14, Beholderberry drinks, they 100% can do that. And there's nothing you can, well, they couldn't sell Beholderberries because that's IP, but you know what I'm saying. D&D loot boxes, yeah, Imp, 100%. That's definitely a thing that could be happening. And that was one of the goals of this. And everyone seems to just instantly believe that that's what WotC was trying to do. Is like, well, no. We're going to add microtransactions to D&D. Why? They're already making more profit than they've ever made in the history of the company. And now suddenly they're going to do things that have already caused issues. If you guys remember the Star Wars Battlefront 2 thing, caused laws to be passed in the European Union because of how bad it was. Overwatch 2 no longer uses loot boxes because of just how massively bad they are. This part of the interview was talking about royalty payments. They were clearly aimed at making $1.2 million Kickstarters fail. In no way, shape, or form is that supported in here in any way. First of all, the number of Kickstarters that make $1.2 million is remarkably low. Somebody actually did the math. I think there was Kickstarters that actually made over $750,000. Somebody actually looked for all the ones that had happened, I think, in 2021, which was when this stuff was getting really big. 2020, 2021, we saw a huge resurgence of RPGs just in general because everyone was at home. And virtual tabletops became a real big thing. There was like a dozen that would fit in that threshold, and the amount of money they would have made off it is about $750,000. Wizards of the Coast, their 2021 revenue was $300 million from D&D alone, about $1 billion from Wizards of the Coast overall. Hasbro was $6.4 billion. We're talking about pennies here. And the big companies that would have been affected by this possibly is not Critical Role anymore because they have their own publishing company. They haven't really needed to use Kickstarter to do a lot of things like they did Tal'Dorei Reborn without Kickstarter at all. I believe, if I'm wrong about that, again, call me out in chat. Paizo, again, Paizo was not hurt by this in any way, shape, or form. This idea is based on this very strange idea that somehow they want to stop people from making things that add value to their game. That doesn't make sense. They're literally, again, something that I constantly see is Wizards of the Coast has to be run by two people simultaneously. The first person is a business mastermind that is so knowledgeable of how businesses work and how the law works that they've figured out how to retroactively change a license so that they can gain control over things that have been published for 23 years. But at the same time, they're so monumentally stupid. This is the other person running it. They're so monumentally stupid that they simply can't see that this is going to cost them significantly more money than they would ever make off of it. And it would absolutely hurt the brand, which I keep talking about over and over again. Brand value is a measurable metric. You want to know why it's a measurable metric? Think of Santa Claus right now. Get a picture in your head of Santa Claus. You want to know where that picture comes from? Coca-Cola. Now, a lot of people will claim, well, no, they don't own the copyright to it. No, they do not own the copyright to Santa Claus or anything like that. But the image that most of the world has of Santa Claus originated in an ad in the 1930s that Coca-Cola paid for. Now, it was based on the story that it's not actually called "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." That's everybody knows it about. But the description of Santa Claus in there doesn't make any mention of being red. It mentions that he had a short little belly that shook like a bowl full of jelly. The actual, or he was covered in furs, is how he was described in the poem. The one that we actually think of is this big red coat with big old buttons and white trim over everything, and the hat. All that stuff was made up by Coca-Cola. And that's what everybody thinks. And that is the power of a brand. It is an actual measurable thing. Companies will leverage their brand power to get loans. That is a real thing. So the idea that they somehow, again, super 4D chess, that they can't in any way think that that they can get around, common law that goes back 300 years, but then also just can't understand that they're going to completely tank their brand. It doesn't work that way. Nick A. They actually address that idea in here, and in no way was it going to kill Ghostfire Gaming or Dungeon Dudes. Like it just wasn't. But they address that in a little bit later. Specifically how having the royalties be a part of it actually does get them a spot at the table, whereas without it they don't. I think it's actually the next thing we're gonna see here, but let's see what he says.
So even aside from that, though, when it was released, it obviously there were the reach, the potential reach of the OGL stretched far beyond anything like a megacorp like Disney. Can you provide an overview of the decision-making process that went into the original wording that was leaked?
Yeah, so the things that were in 1.1, that was a terrible way to approach the goals we had in mind, which is why it was such so it was easy for us to do a U-turn and abandon those right away, because it was one of those things where piece by piece it seems like you're making a good decision, and then you end up in a terrible place. And we're grateful to all the feedback that was so strong and so clear that allowed us to see for ourselves where we had gotten ourselves to. Because the mission was never about hurting the community, the second the community was hurt, we dropped it like a hot rock, because we didn't want, that wasn't our mission. When people ask, why are royalties in there? Well, the idea was, if you're a giant corporation, that would be a huge deterrent to you. And the thinking was, you can see in the numbers that were in there, that there was supposed to be this area where it didn't matter, where if you were a small creator, it would be fine. Mm-hmm. That's all by the wayside, though. It's very clear that all that stuff in there was a huge problem for creators. So we dropped it and left, because that's not what we're there for.
Okay, so you're saying that, like...
I think I'm going to let him finish this, because I think there's a little more clarifications, but I definitely want to talk about that statement, because 100% what Nick just brought up was answered by Kyle Brink. So yeah, I want to see what the result of this is.
Over the course of the years that you guys spent developing the document, you lost sight of the overall scope of who it might affect?
I would say it's more that we lost sight. I would say we lost sight of the impact of what the impact could be on the people we weren't concerned about. Our focus was so much on who we were concerned about, that we lost sight of who we were not concerned about, who we wanted to thrive, who we wanted to help. And so we accidentally, as collateral damage, really did it a lot. Would have, fortunately, it was never published and never will be published, but that document would clearly have done a lot of harm.
And
so I want to talk about what they were saying here, because this is something that I have seen in business constantly. And this goes back to kind of my project management roots. When you are starting a project, you will have a goal for the project. And everything is based off of that goal. And in a well-run project, anytime you come up with a new idea, it goes all the way back to, okay, how does this support our goal? In most well-run businesses, and I actually had a conversation with this with some other people that I work with. Work is a loose term. People that I interact with. I haven't gotten paid for anything in years because disability is fun. But one of the most effective ways to run a business is to have what's called a core values statement or something similar to that. And that particular idea has replaced what used to be really, really commonplace in business, which is what's called a code of conduct. A code of conduct is a list of things that you're not allowed to do. And the problem with a code of conduct is it is effectively permissive in the idea that if it doesn't show up on the code of conduct, then you're allowed to do it. Or I guess you would call that dismissive. And so code of conducts had to be massively long, and they also had to be relatively complicated and written in legalese, and it was very hard for people that don't read legalese to be able to understand them. A core value statement or a core mission statement is basically your company would choose, generally it was anywhere between like 3 to like maybe 7 ideals that the company will always strive towards. You know, we always want to be fair to our customers. We always want to support our employees in doing this. They tend to be relatively open statements that have a very specific impact. And they've actually been shown to be as concrete in court as a code of conduct as far as fighting off like wrongful termination lawsuits, which is one of the reasons why code of conducts exist, is basically if somebody gets fired for like screaming at a customer, they can claim that they were wrongfully terminated and just come up with any reason that they want to, whatever. It's extremely common. Discrimination lawsuits in general. Back when I was in college, the average cost of a discrimination lawsuit was at $120,000, and that was before going to trial. That was just in the litigation process. So even if you won, it would cost you $120,000. So code of conducts were created so that before it would get to the litigation process, they could have these things just thrown out of court by going, no, you broke this particular rule. These mission statements and value statements were basically used in the same way, but instead of doing that, it would be like, okay, what you did here is you just yelled at a customer. And one of our core value statements is we always want to treat our customers with respect and dignity. That is not treating our customers with respect or dignity. Because you violated our core value statement, we're going to reprimand you for it. And if you do it again, we'll be forced to terminate you. And that has actually been taken to court and been shown to be as effective as these massive legalese documents, but they don't require, again, a passing the bar in order to be able to understand what's going on. So that idea of sticking with like a core value statement or an initial idea, one of the things that happens pretty often is you kind of tunnel vision yourself into that particular thing and you start missing pieces. And this is part of where having an actual trained or certified, because there's certifications in it, project manager can be incredibly helpful. And I am not certified in project management. I am simply trained in it. Because what happens is you will be hyper-focused on this goal and you will just miss the fact that there are all these things that you're doing that technically, yes, will help with this, but you're not looking at the impact of what they do to the other things that you're doing. One of the most common ones is batch processing in general for big like manufactories and the things like that where they produce factories and stuff like that where they produce big things. Just the idea of changing what you're producing, there's an actual formula you use to figure out how much it's going to cost you to do something else. And something that can happen if you don't have a good project manager is you have someone in sales that most factories don't like produce their own stuff. They get hired by other companies to produce things for them. And so you'll have someone in sales who's like, okay, well, you want 1,000 books printed at printed on our printing press. We can definitely do that for you. And they'll kind of write out a contract, and they'll go to the project manager, and the project manager goes, well, we can give you either 800 books or 5,000 books, and they will be ready in 6 months. And the salesperson like, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, it does for us, because by changing what we're printing, we're going to lose this much profit. We're going to lose this much time. We're going to have to pay this much overtime to change the machines out. Like, it is a massive, massive process. And so it's extremely easy and common for you to hyperfixate on a goal and get this tunnel vision and then just completely miss the fact that, this is going to affect this other part of the company, or this is going to affect our customers in this way. Again, that's why project managers exist, because they're specifically trained to look at that stuff. And there's a bunch of other fields that do that as well. I think one of the ones I've heard is called like workplace continuity or something like that. It's basically just to see how different events will affect your business that you've never considered before. So this is 100% how businesses work. And it sounds really weird to people that have never done it, but this is extremely common. Especially the larger your team is, you will compartmentalize what people are doing. Like, you're specifically going to work on the left leg of the robot dog, and you're going to work on the head of the robot dog, and you're going to work on all the servos on the robot dog so that they all work together. And the people that are working on the servos might be going, hey, we have this perfect thing, and they have no idea that the people working on the leg have decided that they want the leg to be able, the knee to be able to effectively break where it can bend both directions. And so, yeah, the more you compartmentalize, the more different people get involved. This is extremely common. And people seem to think that statement in and of itself is some kind of lie or some kind of like misinformation no, this is exactly how businesses run. This is extremely common. Anyone that has worked on a large project would hear that and go, oh, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, I wanted to kind of put that emphasis in here. Yeah, let's keep going.
You didn't have anybody in place to oversee this before it was scheduled to be released?
We had a number of people in the room. My team was, and this is my fault, was underrepresented. I was trying to protect the team from distractions like discussing a licensing agreement so we can make the game, so we can make cool supplements and books. And I should have had more of my team in the room, and that's being corrected going forward.
So really, really good point here that I think a lot of people have glossed over. His job is to make Dungeons and Dragons. His job is not to deal with licensing agreements. And from what he specifically said here, he made an active choice of, I really don't want my team involved in this because I want us to make Dungeons and Dragons. And this is an incredibly complicated thing. And it's going to cause us to take away from our pursuit of just making good books and making a good game. And he admits right here that was a mistake. Again, that in and of itself is an example of that tunnel vision that they already talked about. No, my job is to make D&D. So yes, it's going to be affected by this licensing agreement, but my job is to do this. So I'm going to focus on this, and when they ask me questions, I will deal with them. But my main focus is this, never thinking that this licensing agreement would have the impact that it did. So again, when you look at someone that is being deceitful or being able, trying to hide things, first of all, admitting guilt, I'd love to say it's something that people that are lying don't do. It's not. It's really, really common. It's actually a really effective way to lie if you admit to doing something small to try and prove that you didn't do something big. It's a really, really common lying tactic. I have no way to disprove that was what Kyle was doing here, other than, again, the statements have been accurate. They have not changed whatsoever. he keeps going back to the idea of no, this is what our goal was. We made a mistake, and we fixed it very very quickly, which is another thing we'll talk about when we get to that point. But yeah, I did want to point that out. So let's keep going.
Okay. I guess as a yes or no question, or Liv, did you have something you wanted to jump in with?
I just wanted to. This might be something that we'll get onto later, but there have been rumors going around in the community that a meeting took place between Wizards of the Coast and a number of like large D&D and TTRPG creators, where Wizards of the Coast told them that there would be plans for the new OGL and allowed some of them to opt in for like better deals in terms of the monetization of like their actual play shows or whatever shows they're producing. And it was also confirmed by John Ritter of Kickstarter. Like, can you tell us, did this meeting occur? Who was present and what kind of deals were offered or discussed?
I wasn't present for any meeting like that. I mean, unfortunately, well, for this conversation, I make the game, so there are things that I'm not part of, and so that would have been.
I normally don't like interrupting, but I just want to kind of point out, had they submitted this question, he could have prepared something. He's like, I wasn't involved in that. However, since you guys told me you were going to ask that, I actually had this person who was involved, and they gave me this statement, or they told me this. Again, this is where trying to get that gotcha moment actually kind of shot them in the foot, because now they're not going to get as quality an answer as they could have had they just told them, no, we're going to ask you this question and we're going to expect a good answer. So I just wanted to kind of point that out here. The rest of his answer is really good, though.
Been another set of people at Wizards having.
And I'm going to just rewind just a little bit so we don't lose all the context.
Actual play shows or whatever shows they're producing. And it was also confirmed by John Ritter of Kickstarter. Like, can you tell us, did this meeting occur? Who was present and what kind of deals were offered or discussed?
I wasn't present for any meeting like that. I mean, unfortunately, well, for this conversation, I make the game, so there are things that I'm not part of, and so that would have been another set of people at Wizards having those conversations. So I can't speak to firsthand knowledge of this, just to set that table. I was aware that we were speaking to creators because we wanted input. We were doing staged feedback where we talked to some of the largest creators first to get their feedback, and then moving forward, and we were going to bring it to the community for their feedback as well, stage-wise, so that by the time we brought it to the community, it would hopefully be in a better state than it was. And some of those conversations, I wasn't in those conversations, but I could see how some of those conversations might have been about what would a better deal look like. But again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak to those specifics. I could certainly see how conversations like that could be seen as a big meeting offering sweetheart deals, but once again, I wasn't present. I do know that we were talking to creators ahead of time, and we were soliciting their input on what a better deal would look like.
So this is a really, really good point that, again, supports the idea that this is a true statement. Wizards of the Coast has been asking for feedback in tiered cases for 10 years, for over 10 years. I personally know a few people that are official Wizards playtesters. They get Unearthed Arcana stuff and sometimes copies of books and things like that before they're finished for playtesting. The idea of Wizards of the Coast starting with a small trusted group and slowly working their way outward is how they have operated for a decade. Again, this all started during the D&D Next playtest, where, again, they would start with small groups and it would get bigger and bigger and bigger. This is how they have always operated. And people, again, and one of the comments that I think will come up in this interview, if not, it comes up in the part that I'm not going to stream, where they're just kind of talking to their reaction, was this idea of, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why wouldn't you just release it to the public? Well, because this is how the public reacted. Like, that is the most blatantly obvious answer to a question I think we could have had. Why didn't you just go to the public immediately? Because good quality feedback doesn't generally come from large masses. You generally can get small, incremental changes. But if you want big changes, you need to talk to smaller groups. That's why focus testing is a thing in marketing. You get, if the focus test is run correctly, you get incredibly valuable feedback. Companies pay hundreds of millions of dollars for focus testing done by professional marketing companies. That is effectively what they're describing here is the focus testing process. You start with a small group, and you target that group very specifically. For focus tests, they will look for very specific demographics because that is in their target market. In this particular instance, because again, they've said over and over again, we weren't worried about small creators. And Paizo, as much as people seem to forget, Paizo is a small company. Their biggest year they have ever done was $12 million. Again, D&D on its own did $300 million. Paizo has never been in competition with Wizards of the Coast. They simply haven't. The thing that everyone points to is Paizo was the number one selling RPG supplement in, I believe it was like 2012, 2013. The reason that was, and I've mentioned this in other comments, the reason that happened, Wizards of the Coast stopped publishing books. The year that it happened, Wizards of the Coast published Heroes of Shadow, I think is what it was called, which was the second to last book for 4th edition, and it added a few new races and a few new class options. And then the final one was, I can't remember what it's called, but it was kind of a summation kind of the thing. It offered no new classes or class options. I think it added like a couple new races, and then it was some rules clarifications. Both of those books came out before Paizo published anything that year. And Paizo had existed, I think, for 3 years at that point. As soon as Wizards stopped publishing things, that's when Paizo was number one on the market. They literally were not ever competing with Wizards of the Coast. And then as soon as Wizards of the Coast published a new book, they went back to second by a massive margin. It wasn't like, oh, they were now at 49% of the market. No, they went down to like 5% of the market or 10% of the market. It was a massive, massive drop. Thank you, Luke. I'm starting to realize G.I. Joe and Transformers are my most popular things. So I will be doing more of those things. Right now we're talking about Dungeons & Dragons because nonsense is happening. So please, I hope you enjoy this nonsense. Anyway, so that's the whole point of this idea is they don't consider Paizo a competitor. I know this for a fact because, first of all, I'm personal friends with Chris Perkins. And if any of you are going, that's bullshit, it's because it is. But I met Chris at Gen Con in, I think it was 2010. Or it might have been a little... No, it must have been 2012. Because D&D Next Playtest was already out. Or a little later than that. Anyway, I met Chris Perkins. I fanboyed over him. I said, man, I'm so impressed with everything that you do. Would you please sign this adventure that I wrote that was inspired by Acquisitions Incorporated? He said, yeah, sure. We had a nice little conversation. And then somebody from Paizo that I cannot remember walked over, and Chris kind of turned to them and goes, oh, hey, have you met my friend Jody? And he introduced me to this dude at Paizo. And I'm like, yeah, I'm very familiar with Paizo. You guys make a great product. It's not a game that I play, but I know it's fantastic. And then I sat there talking with these two industry professionals for like a minute and a half. And then I felt really awkward. I'm like, I'll let you guys, because they were obviously friends. Paizo and Wizards are not in massive competition. Wizards doesn't consider them competitors. They never have. So, yeah, this, again, there has been a huge effort to create this David and Goliath situation where Paizo is fighting against this super mega corporation and must fight. It's not. It's never been that way. And you can see just how honest Kyle is here in his kind of fervent approach of, no, I want to make D&D. That has been my whole point in this. So anyway, yeah, let's listen to some more.
Anybody
I know
oh,
that-
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, I was just going to say, did anybody
I was-
internally... sorry, there's a...
This is the most honest part of this entire thing because having done interviews and stuff like this quite a few times myself, This always happens. It's like, I would have, and you just talk over each other for like a minute and a half, and then somebody finally just stops talking for like 30 seconds for the delay to go away. I thought this was hilarious. Anyway, going back.
There's a little bit of a delay. Did anybody internally at Wizards then later inform you of who these people were that were being spoken to, and perhaps what the specifics of any of those? Because you're aware that they did happen.
Yeah.
Has anyone since said who they were meeting with and what kinds of terms were discussed?
I know who we were meeting with because we talked about, hey, who should we be reaching out to? Who should we talk to first about this? Who are the people who are having the biggest impact in the space and would therefore have the best perspective on all this? And so, people like Kickstarter and some of the larger creators, yes, I'm aware of, who we talked to first, the priority order in which we were talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know beyond that, like the specifics of the conversations that they had. What would come back to the room that I was in was general like feedback that we were getting on, hey, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, so we would know what to do to fix it. By the time the 1.1 version of the document was made public, we had already abandoned a lot of the things that were problematic because of the feedback we were getting. We just hadn't published that update yet, so nobody could see it. That's partly why 1.2 is so quick to come out after 1.1, because we'd already been heading in that direction based on what we were hearing.
Okay, well, on...
Hold on for a second. I hit a button somewhere and... Alright, sorry. 7 different screens open at this at the same time. Oh, that's what I did. Okay, that makes significantly more sense. Okay, cool. So this is a really, really great point, and it was actually brought up in the conversation I was having in, and I'm actually going to talk about that right now, Imp. It actually kind of goes back to the conversation I had in the comments of the poll, is the idea that one of the big lies that was pushed forward about that was 100% untrue, and they're actually going to talk about it here, was the idea that cancel your D&D Beyond subscriptions because that's the only thing that Hasbro cares about. First of all, D&D Beyond subscriptions don't make them that much money. They just don't. They make significantly more money off of the books than they have ever made off of D&D Beyond subscriptions. That idea in and of itself doesn't make sense. And then one of the justifications, they said, well, look what we did when you canceled your D&D Beyond subscriptions. They changed everything. They just have been right here. By the time the leak went public, all the stuff that people, or almost all the stuff that people were freaking out about, was already off the table. So the kind of argument of, well, look at all the good things that happened because of this, they would have happened anyway. None of this actually changed what was going to happen. Wizards of the Coast always intended to get public feedback. You want to know how we know that's not a lie? Because they've done it for a decade. And I have been involved with that in various places. When I was a local coordinator, back then, the Adventurers League was not run by Wizards of the Coast. It was a separate entity. And we got insider information so that we could do our job better. And again, some of the other local coordinators were official D&D playtesters, and they got even more information than the regular local coordinators did. This has been how Wizard of the Coast has operated for a decade. And somehow people want us to believe that magically they're going to change their entire operating procedure that has not only been shown to be effective, but is shown to be incredibly profitable. Again, we have these 2 people running the company simultaneously that are, one of them is a brilliant business strategist and the other one goes, the money look good. And somehow both of them have equal control over the company and both of them are making these decisions simultaneously. That's not how business works. Again, the reason 5th edition is as profitable as it is and as popular as it is was the D&D Next playtest was massively successful. From a marketing standpoint, it was brilliant. I mentioned before, market research is expensive. There are companies that their entire job is to get market research. The D&D Next playtest, Unearthed Arcana, that is free market research. Normally, they would have to pay tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to get that kind of information. They get it for free Why in the world would they stop using free stuff worth millions of dollars? The other thing that Imp brings up is they 100% are trying to get him, and I've mentioned this before, they're trying to get him to name names. And this is something that, for me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because naming names, the only thing that naming names is going to do is someone is going to use that to try and bully these companies into saying something that they don't want to say. Who was it? Again, I'm not going to drop the name, but there is a YouTube lawyer that may or may not be involved in the Dungeons & Dragons scene that specifically called out Critical Role and said, hey, why aren't you guys speaking out about this? Blah, blah. And this is where the kind of rumored NDAs that I've never seen, and no one has shown any proof of these NDAs ever existing. We've just kind of collectively accepted that not only do the NDAs exist, but the companies that signed them were so incredibly blinded by their loyalty to Wizards of the Coast that they didn't read their NDAs or think about what negative impact it might have on their brand. Oh, and also the NDAs are so ironclad that these companies cannot say anything about the topic. Again, I've worked with NDAs. I'm familiar with NDAs. I've never seen an NDA that could do that. And it's really, really common for companies when they're presented with an NDA to get their lawyer involved and go, hey, what kind of bad stuff are we talking about here? So yeah, again, this line of question in and of itself feels like they were trying to do that kind of investigative journalist gotcha moment of, ha ha, you said that you hadn't met with anyone. No, we said that we were meeting with people before. We've never hid this fact. Yes, but who were you trying to meet with? The people that are biggest in the market, because it makes sense. They're the ones that have the most knowledge of the game. They're the ones that are going to be impacted by this. They understand their audience is really good. It would be amazing feedback. And again, it'd be feedback we wouldn't have to pay for. So yeah, this is obviously, they're trying to get him to name names. I don't understand why this is such a big deal, other than it feels like, and this is my opinion, this is not me saying this is what they did do, this is my opinion of what it feels like they're trying to do. It feels like they've gotten into this mindset of, oh, I'm an investigative journalist and I'm going to catch him in a lie, and so I have to ask very pointed questions to get the exact answer that I want. That's not how investigation works at all, but it's what we see in Hollywood movies, where these situations have that. I'm waiting for a situation where we go, objection, Your Honor, relevance, and everyone look around going, we're not in a courtroom. Yes, but that's what they do on television, and so that's what we're supposed to do, right? It's not how actual court cases. I was, to be perfectly honest, I was blown away when I started watching actual live stream of court cases and just realized how monotonously boring they are compared to what we see on like A Few Good Men, where there's table slamming and they're screaming at witnesses and stuff. Never happens. Yeah. So again, everything they keep doing in this statement, Kyle is again not showing any big signs of deception. He's not trying to buy for time. He's not. He's doing some very, very common things when you talk about deception detection. Things like looking around and things like that tends to be really, really common when you're trying to recall information that you don't have. When you have a lie prepared, you generally have faster response times. So now, none of this stuff is definitive. Deception detection in and of itself is a remarkably subjective field. So I would never in my life try to tell you that I'm an expert enough in deception detection to tell you 100% for sure if this person's lying or not. However, when we look at everything that they've said and all the statements from Wizards of the Coast, they have all stuck to the same message repeatedly, and every time they try and kind of ring out this thing that'll go, ha ha, you're an evil person, they go, no, actually it makes perfect sense. This is the very, very logical answer. And you can see them kind of getting frustrated about this. Like, well, no. And I think we're about to get the statement that made me kind of just go, wow, we just caught the hosts in a lie. But we'll see what next.
On the subject, I guess put a pin on the subject of who was spoken to for a second. But you mentioned
Again,
the
they want
the
names.
swiftness of the response. Speaking as somebody who was watching the situation as it unfolded, it actually seemed like there was quite a long delay between the initial leaking and the response of over a week. So my question is, if in fact the OGL 1.2 was already in progress of being developed, why was there such a long delay for any kind of communication from Wizards or D&D?
So I'm going to let him finish. I generally don't like interrupting the question and the answer. But again, this is the same thing of, I have caught you in a lie. And now you're going to have to prove that we were right all along. This is a very, very aggressive interview style, which again, I've done. This is staffing 101. If you do start smelling something funky off of the resume and you don't think they're 100% accurate, you do start asking very pointed questions and you try to talk them into a corner. I will say, if that was the intention here, they're not doing a super great job of doing that. There are significantly better ways to kind of talk someone into a corner to get them to effectively self-incriminate. And these are not very good ones. It is blatantly obvious the answer that Jeremy wants from this. And if you are trying to kind of trick someone into giving information that you don't want them to have any suspicion whatsoever that you're trying to get a different answer out of them. You want to ask very, very different questions and questions that don't seem to be leading in a position in any way, shape, or form until the questioning has gotten to the point that you can't really backtrack out of it. And again, I've literally done this in interviews before. It is a skill. It is not a talent. It is something that you have to develop. And I personally was decent at it. I was not a master. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I'm going to rewind a little bit because I do want you guys to get the context of the question itself, in addition to the answer he's about to give. So I think I went a little bit too far.
The room that I was in was general. At this point, people need to see action. They don't need to see words.
Response of over a week. So okay. Well, on the subject, I guess put a pin on the subject of who was spoken to for a second. But you mentioned the swiftness of the response. Speaking as somebody who was watching the situation as it unfolded, it actually seemed like there was quite a long delay between the initial leaking and the response of over a week. So my question is, if in fact the OGL 1.2 was already in progress of being developed, why was there such a long delay for any kind of communication from Wizards or D&D?
Yeah, this was a thing that got me personally involved more. I mean, I was part of the group, but this is, as you saw very quickly afterwards, I became very personally involved in the response cycle because it was killing me that it was taking so long. And it was, I described it as a long delay built out of many small good decisions. We were working on this document. We thought, you know what? At this point, people need to see action. They don't need to see words. So let's give them the new version. Okay, well, let's make sure this is the version we were on release. Okay, well, I have one edit to make here. I got one tweak to make here. I got one. And you have enough stakeholders, each wanting to make it a little bit better, that perfect got in the way of good. Perfect got in the way of done. And so the silence was because we didn't want to just say words at a time when words weren't going to cut it. And the thing to release took too long to perfect that it compounded into the silence. At no time did anyone say, you know what we should do? Let's not say anything for a week and a half. Like, that decision was never made. It's what occurred because of all the small decisions we were making minute by minute, day by day. Because we're also watching what people were saying in the community, and we would see a new concern arise. We go, oh, we have to make sure to address that in this too. All right, let's make sure to build that in. And so you just get caught in this infinite loop of iteration, and you can never publish because you're not quite ready yet. You're still not quite ready. You're still not quite ready yet. Mm-hmm. It was a terrible situation to be in.
Okay, I have, I guess, two.
Okay, so anyone that has ever been a creator understands this process of, well, I have to do this next. I have to do this next. I have to do this next. Now, compound that about 100 times more with there are legal ramifications if we get this wrong, and there are people will lose their job if we get this wrong. Again, both of them seem like they don't believe this statement. We'll see in just a second. They're going to try and call him out again. And Imp brought this up before, because Imp and I, for anyone that doesn't know, Imp in my head is one of my players in a couple of the different campaigns that I run on my YouTube or on my Twitch channel. So Imp and I have talked about this before. So a lot of the stuff that Imp is bringing up is stuff that we have spoken before, and he's kind enough to bring it up here to kind of remind me, because my memory is super bad. And they are true points. Every single time Wizards of the Coast has said anything, something worse, a new kind of worse lie has come out. Again, the first rumors that started right when the 1D&D playtest started in like August, I think it was, oh, the OGL is going away. 1D&D is not going to have an OGL. And it took them months, because not a whole lot of people were picking up on it, because it was a stupid idea. But not a whole lot of people were picking up on it. Finally, in I think December, late November, early December, you finally have a lot of people going, oh, the OGL's going away, and Wizards of the Coast is going to try and corrupt Dungeons and Dragons. It was around that time that the investors call came out, because the investors call itself wasn't secret. They're a publicly traded company. That stuff isn't private. I don't believe so. Again, if I'm wrong, call me out. So people started doing that, and so finally Wizards of the Coast went, no, we're not getting rid of the OGL. We're currently thinking of updating it for the reasons that have been said here over and over and over again. They talked about the royalties. They didn't give any numbers at that point. And they mentioned that they weren't done making it. Which I made a video back then. If you guys want to go back in my catalog, I made a video back then saying, yeah, you want to know why they haven't released the new OGL? Because documents are like Fight Club when they are being developed, or projects are like Fight Club when they're being developed. What's the first rule of an in-developed product? You don't talk about it. What's the second rule of an in-developed product? You don't talk about it. I've seen companies get completely screwed. The example I used back then was No Man's Sky. If you go out and buy No Man's Sky right now, it is a remarkably interesting, mostly feature complete game. If you bought it at launch, there were actual lawsuits in Europe. I believe it was in England or in the UK, where they were trying to sue the developer for fraud, because the guy that developed it couldn't keep his mouth shut and just kept talking about all these cool ideas. And yeah, the place is the universe is gonna be so big that well, yeah, there might be other people. The statistical likelihood of you ever meeting another player while you're playing is so infinitesimally small. That still isn't a thing in the Giga game. Oh yeah, we're gonna have procedurally generated creatures, and they're gonna. He just kept talking and talking and talking and talking, and again, he almost got charged with criminal fraud because of it. This is literally business 101. My first business course I took, they say specifically, watch out when you're talking about things that are still in develop. Watch out when you're talking about projects that there are no signatures on them now. Do not talk about them, because if you say something and then something changes in the future, there's always a possibility of a fraud lawsuit. Elon Musk just won a lawsuit because he made an innocuous tweet about buying something, and people claim that he was trying to manipulate the market. He wasn't, and a court figured that out, but he still had to go through this entire, I think it was like a 6 or 8 month long, which is short for a trial. It was this massive, or it might have been a year-long thing. I can't remember now. It's this massive thing, all because he said something innocuous and people took it the wrong way. So of course they weren't going to reveal it. And then as soon as they say that, well, now we have the OGL 1.1, and Wizards of the Coast is going to steal all of your content. Again, I mentioned in that thread the idea that the journalists themselves specifically started saying things like, well, yes, with this particular thing, they might be able to just own all the content and use it however they want. That was never That was never going to happen. You want to know how I know that? Because the license back agreement that everyone freaked out about, almost identical wording is in the Twitch TOS, the Twitter TOS, the YouTube TOS, and TikTok. And I betcha I don't think I actually looked at Facebook's. I'll betcha it's in Facebook's as well. This is a standard boilerplate clause that is put in most content platforms thing, and it's basically done exactly the way they described it in the document that was leaked. It's yeah, we make stuff and you make stuff, and we're not going to let you try and sue us because our stuff is kind of similar to your stuff. We're not stealing your stuff. We are making things that take years. By the time you publish something, we probably have already been making this thing for a year and a half. So that's what it's always been. And my proof that it never could have done that way is Twitch has never tried to sell the rights to Critical Role to the CW. If it worked the way that it was implied in the original article that it could work, then there's no way that Amazon wouldn't have tried to monetize Critical Role before turning it into a TV series. Like, it wouldn't have happened. And so would YouTube and, over and over and over again, it was a blatant lie that anyone, and they claimed they talked to lawyers and used that to say that their legal take on it was correct. And 100% it wasn't. Even if you found a lawyer that was dumb enough to tell you that it worked that way, it doesn't make it true. So, yeah, this whole thing, they keep trying to go, well, why didn't you guys say anything? Well, then the OGL 1.1 came out, and it was full of lies. And then when they did finally say something, they released the 1.2. What immediately happened? We have the OGL 2.0, and now they're going to charge $30 for D&D Beyond, and they have AI DMs, and they never listen to your feedback. Every time they have responded to this, the result has always been, okay, then we're going to lie more. Because what they trained their audience to do was, if you tell lies about us, we will talk about things that we're not supposed to talk about to disprove your lie. So all you have to do is tell a big enough lie, and you can find out anything you want from us. That's what it happened. So 100% it was the right idea to not speak about it. They shouldn't have... they shouldn't have spoken out about the OGL back in December, because if they hadn't done that, I'm pretty sure none of this ever would have happened. So every single time they said something, it got worse. So it makes perfect sense. They're like, no, we're going to show, not tell. So yeah, let's continue on.
2 or 3 responses. We'll see if the third one fully materializes. The first response is, did no one at any point during that period, seeing the public outcry that was getting worse and worse, suggest even saying anything? Even saying, hey, we are actively working on this. This was any sort of announcement, essentially.
Yes.
Why did nothing happen? Because it's one thing to be like, oh, yeah, we were delaying the big announcement, but it, and I guess to fully elucidate that point, there have been reports from people internally who have, from secret sources, who apparently are verified employees of Dungeons & Dragons and Wizards of the Coast, who have said that the delay was because that management was essentially waiting to see how much of a financial impact this was actually going to have, and whether or not the whole thing was going to blow up.
No, that was not the reason for the delay.
It did definitely seem like that, just because it seemed as though, from a creator perspective and a fan perspective, that nothing actually changed until the decline in D&D Beyond subscriptions. Like, that can't be a coincidence, surely.
Well, it also can, because it takes a long time to actually modify a legal document when you have a lot of stakeholders. You can't turn on a dime, and so it actually couldn't have been turned around in response to the decline in subscriptions, because that would have been too fast. It would have been too short a time period for a corporation our size to pull that off with a legal document with a bunch of stakeholders. And so we were already working on that document before the folks who decided to stop subscribing decided to stop doing that. It's the main reason that we weren't ready. Sorry, I want to get to your Jeremy. I want to get to your first question about did no one say we should say something? Yes, we did. However, in that environment where there was already such a lack of trust and already such concern over our motives, every word we knew would be scrutinized and could be radioactive. And there was honestly a fear of making it worse, honestly, a fear of saying the wrong thing and throwing gas on the fire. I mean, it was bad. You're kind of, we felt like we were screwed if we spoke and we were screwed if we were silent. And so we figured the best thing we could do is just deliver. Here, give you a thing that was better. And in hindsight, obviously that wasn't the right decision, but that was the mindset at the time, was we needed to simply show you what we meant by giving you something better, rather than try to say, oh, we're working on it, because we felt like in that environment that was as likely to make it worse as better.
Case in point, that statement that he just made was basically said, well, that was a lie. And they tried to tell him right then, like when Liv brings it up, it's like, well, I mean, it seems obvious to us that, I mean, it couldn't have been a coincidence that the thing happened after all the people stopped subscribing to D&D Beyond. And his response was, oh, it can, though, because it's physically impossible for us to have changed a legal document with that many, he says, that many stakeholders. Effectively, that many different people had a say in what the final document was going to be. And in situations like that, which again, I have been involved in, you're not allowed to move forward until every single person has okayed it. And every single person is going to look at a different part of it and go, well, I want this changed because it's going to hurt my part of the business. So yes, even if they only had like 7 people, I have no idea how many people were involved in this. Even if they had 7 people, can you imagine creating a document and getting 7 people who have day jobs that they are already doing, and have other things that they have to do with their time, getting every single one of them personally to sign off on it, and every single time somebody makes a change, you have to go revamp the document, send it back out to those people, and get every single person to agree to it? It is an incredibly time-consuming process. And the idea that, because people didn't start canceling their subs until almost a week in. So we're talking about the subs started being canceled, and within, I think it was like 5-ish days of the subs starting to become a big canceling things, they had a new document. You cannot create a brand new legal document that was that different from the other one in 5 days. It doesn't work that way in business. And everyone that keeps going, well, no, it was because of... It's not how it works. One of the things I tell people a lot is the idea that sales is the closest you can get to instant gratification in business. The reason I say that is, and I saw this firsthand, when you sell something, you either make the sale or you don't make the sale, and you can actually tell how much profit you made off of that sale right then. Literally every other thing in business, the shortest turnaround time I have ever seen has been about a month to a month and a half. In general, you do not see the impact of your decisions within generally 6 months tends to be a decent point to kind of look at. Year over year is the most common measurement in business in general. Is you look at year over year, as in we made this much this year at this point in time compared to this much last year at this point in time. And that tends to be the best way to make comparisons, because different parts of the year are going to have different sales and different things going on, and it is a remarkably complex process. So the idea that, yes, we canceled our subscriptions and then 5 days later we had a brand new document that was massively changed? No. That's monumentally impossible. Like, this goes to show that these are 2 people that have never worked in a corporate structure ever. And if they have, they were not involved in it in any way. I used to create training plans. Like the first store that I worked for, the one that was, tens of millions of dollars, the busiest store in the busiest district of that company. When I started, they were dead last in sales. And the district manager came in, gave me one-on-one lessons on how to read P&L reports, how to look at inventory reports, how to look at the kind of health of the sales. And then he told me flat out, listen, the store manager is not listening to me. I need you to take over this store. Let him do all of the logistics stuff because that's what he really likes to do. But I need you to take over sales for this store. And I'm going to be looking at you when we talk about sales. He has nothing to do with sales anymore. And so I developed a training plan. Developing the plan itself, I think, took about 3 weeks. And then I implemented it. And implementing the plan itself, I think, took about 2.5 to 3 weeks. I did not see growth from the additional training that was highly successful. I did not see growth for 3 months. And I didn't see full growth for about 6.5. And that was a massively short turnaround time. The district manager actually came in and said, I have never seen this kind of growth, because we went from dead last in the busiest district to top 3 profit margin wise. We were still outselling every other store just from volume, but we looked at profit margin because that was significantly more useful. And it stayed that way until I left about 3 months later. That is an insanely fast turnaround time. 5 days, not possible. It's not physically possible. I was actually a little bit skeptical about the idea that the original document was labeled as being published sometime in early December. A month turnaround time to create a brand new document that is radically difficult is a massive amount of turnaround time. The only way in my brain I could justify that actually being a thing was, well, maybe it's because if they went into it with the idea that, okay, we're going to be changing how this works, then they would be ready to make changes. If they went into it with, well, this is the final document and weren't expecting to make changes, there's no way they could have made changes in a month. That's not how business works. And again, I have seen this everywhere from Fortune 500 companies to little mom and pop businesses. I've worked in all of them. I've worked in nonprofits. I've worked for for-profits. I've never in my life seen a company that can turn around like that in 5 days. Like, it doesn't exist. I've never read about it in any of my studies. It just doesn't exist. And the idea that people still think this is somehow possible, that somehow the D&D Beyond subscriptions, let's pretend that they actually make real money off of them. The idea that somehow a couple days of people canceling D&D Beyond subscriptions, when you actually look at it, it was a remarkably small amount as well, because the number that they keep saying is 40,000. I have no idea where that number came from. I don't believe that is an accurate number, because there's no way that could be an accurate number. It has to be conjecture off of something, because the only people that could tell us how many subs that they lost would be D&D Beyond, and they're sure as heck not going to do that. But let's pretend that's the real number. Let's pretend they were actually accurate in that, and they somehow were able to figure this out. When they were purchased by Wizards of the Coast, they had 10 million users. 40,000 is less than 0.5%. Even if only 10% of their user base was subscribed, quote unquote, and that's another thing that they never declare, is were all these subscriptions paid subscriptions? Were they free subscriptions? It's never clarified. But let's pretend like 10%. So 1 million people were subscribed and they only lost 40,000. Again, we're looking at an incredibly small number. We're looking at 4%. 4% is somehow enough for them to change the entirety of this document. And again, it happened in 5 days. No, that's not possible. And you can see they're trying to get him. No, we really did this. No, he's not getting aggressive. You do notice that when Jeremy, when he first said, well, it was because of all the backlash that they were waiting for this, he didn't even wait for them to respond. He literally said no as soon as they said you guys were gauging to see how much it was going to cost you. Before every other time thus far in this conversation, I think for the rest of it too, he's always very polite and waits for him to say. And this one was just so egregious. It's like, no, it never happened. So, I mean, you can even see in his body language, that part was just so incredibly out there that he couldn't even let him finish his sentence. He was like, no, that never happened. So let's keep going.
I guess when that response eventually occurred, you're saying that there was a lot of thought and preparation put in that any words that you said could backfire enormously. Prior to this conversation, I Googled the phrase. I didn't even type it. I just typed the words onto Google. I typed the words "they won" and then put a space. And the third suggested result, without having pressed enter, was they won and so did we. In light of the response to that, and I guess my question is, if in fact there was so much work being put into that initial response, how did we
Another
end up
gotcha
with what
moment.
we got? Like, who wrote that? And
Sorry, I talked over and I don't want to do that. But again, this is that haha. This is what they do in the movies. I've got you now. There was a single phrase in there that was a really, really dumb phrase. How are you going to come back from that? Obviously, you've been lying the entire time.
Did we? In light of the response to that, and I guess my question is, if in fact there was so much work being put into that initial response, how did we end up with what we got? Like, who wrote that and who signed off on that?
I honestly don't know. Everything I signed, by the way, I wrote. So if my name's on it, I typed the words. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't take input while I was typing, but every word, if I put my name on it, I wrote it. And I honestly don't know who contributed to the unsigned statement before I started posting. The thing that I was working on was the deliverable 1.2, the actual thing, and the process for how we were going to move forward from this, and bringing the feedback process and the playtest process to the table to get the community involved as soon as possible. That was what I was working on for all this. The statement that came out on the Friday, I read it around the same time you did.
Okay. So essentially, this was
How
not
did you feel
communicated.
about that?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Liv. Sorry.
I just wondered, how did you feel when you read that? What did you think of it?
I was not pleased with what we had posted. This.
If anyone's wondering, that is corporate speak. The idea of I was not pleased is a much nicer way to say I was fucking pissed. Yeah, 100%. I'm going to let him finish, but I just wanted to point out, if you guys are wondering what corpo speak is, that's corpo speak. And it 100% was justified here, because at the end of the day, I think a thing that these people didn't seem to understand throughout this entire process. At the end of the day, Kyle has to go back and work with all these people. Whomever wrote that, Kyle has to work with. And if he just throws them under the bus, that becomes a very, very awkward workplace environment. So the idea of using language like that in here is 100% justifiable. It's like, it was stupid. It shouldn't have happened. And I don't personally know who it was, but I was not pleased about it. So keep going.
This is one of the things that inspired me to take a personal, to put myself into this by name and take ownership of this, because that was not acceptable to me. That's not us. That's not who we should be. And I felt like this needed to, be less of a committee thing and more of a D&D thing.
Well, there were other, aside from just that specific phrasing, there were other issues that folks had flagged up. The biggest of which is that the leaked version of the OGL that people saw was always intended to be a draft, and that Wizards of the Coast had always intended to ask for community feedback. Can you speak to why, if this was the case, that the leaked OGL included a place to actually sign it, that it included, as I understand it, mention of specific dates as to when things would go into effect, dates that had already passed by the time that around the time that Wizards even responded, and not only that, but why, if this was explicitly a draft, why a simple, like, even if why it could not have been released immediately, a statement immediately saying, this is just a draft. What you are all seeing is not at all representative of what we had planned. We are currently working on it, and maybe set a due date, any sort, because that could have fit under the banner of communication. So just to reiterate, why was the OGL worded the way it was, including having places to sign and specific dates specified? And why then, if that is the case, did Wizards of the Coast say nothing? Because I personally find that very difficult to believe, given the apparent progress that had already been made to the OGL 1.2.
So every document that isn't published is, to some extent, a draft, right? Until it's published, then that's the final version. So when we're making a book, for example, we have draft versions of the books that don't get published because we're making changes, and those are all drafts until they're published. And with a legal document, it looks every bit like the final one because any version could be the final one, but isn't until it's final and published. 1.1 was never final, was never published. It did contain the things that it would need when it would eventually be published, such as dates, which were changed as we continued to edit the document, and places to sign because ultimately there would be a need for people to agree to it. And so those things are all present in a final document. They are also present in a draft because a draft, if approved, if everybody likes it, becomes the final. And so to me, it's maybe, I don't know, it seems a little bit like a weird thing to get hung up on because of how drafts work, but I'm in the book business, so I see drafts all the time, so maybe that's why I see it that way.
So, really good point. Again, this is another one of those, I caught you in a lie. If it was a draft, I also want to bring up the point, in the original article, the journalist specifically called it a draft. So, I don't know where this argument started, that, well, it wasn't a draft. This was the real thing, and it was going to go into effect. It never was intended to be a draft. In the original article, it stated the draft. It called it the draft over and over and over again. And it stated, according to the draft, this is supposed to be released yesterday because it came out on the 5th of January. And nowhere in the leaked document does it show the date January 4th anywhere. The date January 13th actually shows up in the document a few times, but January 4th shows up nowhere. So the only indication we have of that date ever existing as something was supposed to happen is the article itself and the journalist claiming that that's when it was supposed to go live, which is another thing that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why would you write an entire article about something that is about to be public before you can even put the article out? Like, that would be a massive, massive waste of resources. Because the whole reason that this became a big thing was it was a leak. And the entire article was written as if it was about a leak, about a document that didn't come out. So the idea that, this was the final draft has been debunked over and over and over again, including the original thing. If it was the final document, why didn't it come out when it was supposed to? In the article itself, the journalist goes, I have no idea why it didn't happen. Well, here is an explanation. It didn't come out because it had already been changed, which is what Kyle Brink has just said here multiple times. And he keeps saying the same thing over and over and over again. It was never going to see the light of day. It was never going to be published. It was never going to be published. That thing, by the time it was leaked, was already inaccurate. Everyone, when they hear that, and these people too, because they'll say in the part that I'm not going to stream, they'll say flat out, well, no, I don't agree. Like, it was definitely the real thing. There's nothing to support that justification. Nothing. They're just like, well, we don't believe you. Well, why not? Well, because it doesn't make sense to me. No, absolutely not. You're not allowed to just go, well, I'm not smart enough to understand this, and therefore, it's an actual logical fallacy that I can't remember what the actual fallacy is called, but it's basically, if I don't understand this, then it can't be true. It's a logical fallacy, and it's kind of the opposite of the appeal to authority kind of thing, where it's like, well, you can't disagree with this because this smart person said it's true, and therefore it has to be true. It's a logical fallacy. Just because a smart person says something is true doesn't mean that it's true, though it does give certain weight and things like that. And again, everything he says here makes perfect sense. And again, it just shows the lack of knowledge that both Jeremy and Liv have in how this process works. It would be the same thing if I talk about, like, I was in marching band when I was in high school, and a lot of people have no idea. Like, if I say the phrase 8 to 5, all of you guys think I'm talking about a work day. It's nothing to do with that. In marching band, the size of the steps you take, specifically when you're field marching, which is a very different process than parade marching, but you actually measure all of your field coordinates, which you would get a little sheet that just had coordinates all over it for all of your marching shows. 8 to 5 references the fact that because you generally march on a football field and the only markers you're going to have are 5-yard line markers, No, Walter. What I'm saying is the fact that they don't believe him shows that they don't understand how the process goes. I'm not saying that they're claiming that they don't understand it. I'm really OBS Studio. Sorry if the thing dropped. OBS just told me that I dropped things. So, yeah. I'm gonna. And yeah, Imp. They do say at the end, they go, "No, I didn't believe that." What they're basically saying here is going, "Well, that can't be true." Yes, it is. Like I just gave you a very brief. Well, no, that can't be true, because that doesn't make sense. So what I'm stating here specifically is the fact that they're going, well, that's not how the process works. That can't be how the process works. You're obviously lying. Just shows that they have never been exposed to that. And like I said, the reason I was talking about the 8 to 5 means, again, you have the only markers you have on the field are the 5-yard lines. The field is split up in these 5-yard ticks. Technically, you have 10 actual lines for 10 yards, and then you have ticks in the middle. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time since I marched. So 8 to 5 is literally you get 8 steps to every 5 yards. And that's how your coordinates will be based is, you are on, 35, you are 4 steps off of 35, or, and if I remember correctly, you always measured towards the center line or whatever it's called. Again, it's been a long time since I've marched. It's a remarkably complicated process, and anyone that just watches marching bands will just think, oh, well, they're like basing their positions off of each other, and they're doing this amazingly. No, every single person in a marching band can do the entire show alone and hit the exact same spot every single time. It has nothing to do with anyone else, which is completely different than parade marching, which is built entirely off of making sure that you are exactly in line with the other people in your row, and the person that's on the left is actually making sure that you're keeping the correct spacing between the different rows. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I was being unclear, I'm not saying that they're saying, well, I don't understand it and therefore it's wrong. No, they're claiming it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. That can't be how things work. And they've done this before. Again, they just said, well, obviously, this happened after the D&D Beyond subs started dropping, so it has to be that. No, it can't have been that. And it just goes to show that they don't have an understanding of that particular aspect of business, which is extremely common. Most people, the vast majority of people around the world, do not understand how businesses work. So it's not that this is somehow bad for them. This is an extremely common thing for people that have never been exposed to it. And this is the same kind of argument he's saying at the very end. Though, he's like, I don't understand why you guys are fixating on this. This is standard operating procedure. But maybe it's just because I'm exposed to it all the time. I work in publishing. I see drafts constantly, and all the drafts look like final drafts. That's how it works. Because at any point, if you just strike gold and everything works, it's not worth reprinting and reformatting everything, because that costs money and it costs paper and it costs time, like everything. So yes, you're always going to have the final, everything is always going to look like the final product, because when you do get to the final product, you want it to be done. So again, they're going to say that, well, that doesn't make sense. There's no way that could be real. Yes, it is. That's how businesses work. And if you don't believe that, actually go to a business and see how they work. Again, he is showing his expertise in this. Is like, I work in publishing and I have for years. This is how it always works in publishing. Neither Jeremy or Liv have ever designed a legal document, nor have they ever had to go through a committee to do it. And so when we're talking about, well, who are we going to believe? The people that are trying to figure it out, or the person that's actually worked in it the entire time? And has actual experience in this field, we're always going to default to the person that has actual experience. So, yeah, let's keep going.
And what about the second part of the question? Why there was, in light of the fact that it was apparently a draft, why was there no response?
Well, I think that gets back to the conversation we were just having earlier about what was hanging up our responses. The immediate reaction, the strength of the reaction, caused people to be concerned about anything we said being credible or not, or adding fuel to the fire, or making it worse. And I think that caused some hesitation.
So again, as I've been saying before, he keeps saying the exact same thing over and over again. The reason we didn't do this is because we were worried that our stuff is going to be taken out of context. And as I pointed out, they have experience to back this up. Every time they commented about this, things were taken out of context, things were lied about, misinformation was fabricated every time. I personally think they spoke too much. I think they should have let everyone just kind of boil and fester until they finally get to the end and go, hey guys, this was never going to be a thing. And the fact that throughout this entire thing, Kyle never kind of calls out people for blatantly lying about this, I think was probably the smart business decision to make, where he never outright said, no, that was a lie. That was never going to happen. Because that starts looking deceptive. Were I in his situation, I would have been significantly less diplomatic, and I probably would have been significantly less effective, because this was a very effective interview. It was so effective that at the end, Jeremy and Liv had to kind of debunk it in order to keep the narrative that they wanted to keep going. Well, no, he was lying. I don't believe him about any of this stuff. So yeah, let's keep going.
Do you think that the hesitation paid off, given what happened when it was originally released?
In hindsight, I would have much preferred to take a much more active communication stance on that, and to be much more responsive and to get the conversation going much sooner and much more responsively than we were. And yeah, hindsight's 2020. At the time, as it was unfolding, it was a combination of is this as bad as it's going to get, or is it going to get worse? Will we make it worse if we talk? Will we not? Will we make it better if we talk? It was a tough spot, because we care so much about the community and everybody who was being hurt by this, and at the same time, so we were like, how do we make this better? Is it better if we say something? It's better if we don't say something? Let's just deliver it. Let's just give them the new one that doesn't have all these things in it that they're worried about.
So again, saying the exact same thing over and over again. And Jeremy keeps trying to get him to slip up. He's like, well, didn't anyone say? He's like, yeah, I already told you that. And Kyle is being incredibly polite in here, where he's been asked basically the same question 3 different times in 3 different ways to try and get him to say something different so they can hold it against him. And every single time he said the exact same thing. No, we wanted to say something, but we thought it was a bad idea. Looking back, it was a bad idea to not say anything. And we understand that now. We probably won't do that again. But every single time Jeremy tries it, well, if I word it this way, maybe I could get him to admit that they're bad people and they all should be taken into the center of town and whipped. But every single time he just goes, no, I've already said this. This is what it was. They're not tripping him up, and it's starting to frustrate them a little bit, because you can see him getting a little bit more insensitive. No, I'm going to get you in this. I'm going to get you because I know what really happened here, and I'm just trying to get you, and I'm not going to be your PR tool. Yeah, per my previous email. I love that. Let's keep going.
Which, in hindsight is maybe not the right thing.
Would it be fair to say then that...
I hate that phrase. It's a legal phrase. It's used in court a lot. Again, in an attempt to trap a witness in a lie. Would it be fair to say that this is true? Because you are effectively putting words into their mouth. If this was a courtroom, there are various objections that can be made, like leading the witness or the things like that. If it is a friendly witness, if it's a hostile witness, meaning it's from the other party, then yeah, they're encouraged to basically put words in their mouth to try and trip them up, and that's how our adversarial defense system. That's basically what's happening here. And again, they've tried doing it in a bunch of different ways. I'm going to try and get you to say something. Now he's just blatantly going to say, no, this is what you're going to say. I'm going to tell you what I want you to say. So we're going to go back just a little bit so we can get that whole thing.
Worried about. Which, in hindsight is maybe not the right thing.
Would it be fair to say then that at the very least there may have been too many Well, I guess you've already. I guess the better question is: were there dissenting voices about the OGL 1. I guess the 1.1 prior to the leaks, which
Yes.
you indicated that there were.
So this is another thing that I like to kind of point out was Jeremy starts by like, I'm going to put words into your mouth, realizes that it's not going to work because what he's trying to make him say he's not going to say. So now he starts backtracking. He's like, well, would you say that there was, but you've already said that. So you can watch him trying to get the answer that he wants out of him and just keeps failing each time, because every time he attempts to get the right answer out of him, you realize he's already answered that question. It's probably going to give the exact same response. And so he's doing everything he can to try and, no, I'm going to get the answer that I want. I'm going to prove that you guys did something wrong. And Jeremy, first of all, is not reacting to it. He's not acting defensive. He's agreeing quite often. That's not something that a defensive person is going to do. They're going to just simply anything you say they're going to disagree with just out of principle. So again, I'm going to just rewind just a tiny bit.
Prior to the leaks, which
Yes.
you indicated that there were.
It is.
Were those voices from within Wizards of the Coast or without Wizards of the Coast, or both?
Both, for sure, both. And in any large group of people, in order to get something done, you have a vigorous debate, and then at some point you reach a point of commitment as a group. And if for example, I still disagree at that point, my job is to say, okay, I disagree and I'm committing because we need to move forward. And that doesn't mean I stopped disagreeing, but it does mean that we are going to proceed, and I will do the best I can to deliver this thing that we've decided to deliver. And I think the flaw there was that the dissenting voices were not given enough of a microphone, were not given enough of a presence in the room, were not given enough weight to change the decision. But they were certainly present. We certainly heard them. We certainly had a debate going on, both from our internal and our external feedback. And as I said, we were already changing the document when it leaked. So the feedback was moving the ball. It was moving the needle. And then the document became published, or public, I should say. It was never published. Became public while we were still moving it forward based on that input. And that input was very strong from the folks who voiced it. There's people on my team whose opinion I respect very much who were quite against it. And it, moving the opinion of large groups, unfortunately, is not a fast thing. And it took us a while to move it. And in the meantime, it went public.
So again, perfect response to what he's saying. Well, weren't there people that said there's of course there were. And we've already told you there were. We told you before that there were dissenting opinions from both outside the company and inside the company. And he takes personal accountability. The idea of, well, yeah, we should have empowered the dissenters with a little bit more of a voice. And he explained that earlier in the interview. Yes, I had personally made the decision that I wanted to insulate my team from this talk. I wanted to make D&D. I didn't want to worry about licensing. I wanted to make D&D, and I wanted my team to make D&D. So I generally didn't have them be a part of this discussion because it wasn't going to help us make better D&D. It was something completely unrelated, and I realize now that was a mistake. And he kind of reiterates that here with a different phrase. The dissenters were not given enough of a voice. So it's not saying that they weren't there or they weren't listened to per se. It's just saying that their particular opinions were not given enough weight. This is something that I have been dealing with through this entire process. I am a very small YouTube channel. And because of that, my opinion on a lot of these matters is just given less weight than other people for no real reason other than I'm small. And so despite the fact that I could support everything I do with actual facts and actual experience, I am constantly just told, well, you don't know what you're talking about. And I would almost guarantee that was what they were going through because they were dealing with a legal document, not a board game. And so I will almost guarantee a phrase. Talk about that in just a second, Walter. I will almost guarantee a phrase was probably uttered that was very similar to, hey, listen, this is a legal document. Why don't you let the lawyers deal with it, and you go make your board game. Just because you make rules doesn't mean you understand the law. I will almost guarantee there was a conversation, probably not as aggressive as that, but I almost guarantee there was probably a conversation. With what Walter said here, this does make it sound like 1.1 was something they were moving forward with at one point. Of course they were, because they sent it out to people. This is another thing that people get hung up on. It's like, well, obviously, that they were moving forward with this. Of course they were. They had moving forward from internal debate to external feedback. And they've said that multiple times in this interview. Yes, we did move forward with it. We sent it out to other people to get feedback, and they gave us feedback. So I don't understand why, because again, people bring this up all the time. Well, they were trying to move forward with it. Of course they were. Because that's the point of a project. If you don't move it forward, then it doesn't go anywhere. So, I don't understand why that is this gotcha moment. Well, they were thinking about moving forward with it. That's why they sent it out for feedback. Guess what? They were also thinking about moving forward with what was it? They had a psionic class that I can't remember what it was called. The Adamant or something. They were planning on moving forward with that, and that never saw the light of day. It showed up in Unearthed Arcana once. Why is no one getting super upset? They were trying to move forward with psionics and a class built on psionics. They're an evil company. No, that's part of the process that, again, they've been doing for a decade. Every single time they have done something big, they have taken small groups to get their feedback, then they move forward to bigger groups, and finally they release it to the public. So yes, 100%, Walter, you are 100% right. They were planning on moving forward with 1.1, and the way they move forward with it is they sent it out to real people and real companies that actually had connections with the hobby itself, and got feedback from them. This is another thing that kind of indicates that Wizards of the Coast and Paizo are not rivals. You do not contact your rival with your secret business decisions. It's massively stupid. The idea that they specifically reached out to Paizo and said, hey, which they haven't, I don't believe they've officially confirmed here, but he's going to bring it back up because he has to get that gotcha moment. They reached out to Paizo. That means that Paizo's not a rival. If Paizo was a rival, they wouldn't have talked to them about it. This idea that this was somehow meant to kill Paizo or kill Kobold Press or Ghostfire Games or anything like that. No, they reached out to these people. If their intention was to get rid of them, they never would have reached out. Because all you do when you tell your competitors what you're going to do is you give them a chance to make something better first. That's literally how the PC market was started. Steve Jobs was so proud of his new Apple operating system that he showed it off to Bill Gates. And Bill Gates, because he's a freak, and I say that with the most respect I possibly can, simply by looking at the interface, he figured out how to make his own, and was able to release a better product faster. And that's why Windows is used significantly more than Apple products everywhere. Windows itself has never been what's called an innovator. They're what are called an adapter. Apple has always been what's called an innovator. They're making new stuff. Microsoft generally will take stuff that already exists and make it better. And they've been incredibly successful about that. So, there was a message that Walter put in that all I see is message retracted. So I'm not sure if that was intentional. Thank you for policing yourself. But I really do want to emphasize, be as brutal as you want in this chat. One of the things I used to tell my employees when I would hire them is if a customer is yelling at you or threatening you or anything like that, don't argue with them. Don't try to de-escalate the situation. You have a little headset. Just call me over because we don't pay you enough to get yelled at. I don't get paid enough to get yelled at, but it's literally my job. Like, they don't pay me enough, but they do pay me to get yelled at. So please, 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 feel free to be as spicy as you want, Walter. I'm not going to take it personal unless you start making it really, really personal. Like if you start insulting me personally, you start using slurs of any kind, then I'm going to take things personally. Also, I have no idea how moderation works on YouTube. I shouldn't say this. I have no idea how moderation works on YouTube, so I have no idea if I would have a way to stop you from doing that. On Twitch, I've got like 7 different tools to do it. here I've got no idea. So please, please, please do not feel that you need to censor yourself. I will not take it personally unless you go out of your way to make it personal. And from, again, my experience in retail management, I had one associate that literally tried to start a fist fight with me, and said some things that I will never repeat in any company that were just horrible. And I simply stood there and went, you know what? You seem upset. Why don't you go home? You're not in trouble or anything, but what you're saying right now is just not appropriate for the workplace. So I need you to just go ahead and get your stuff. Go ahead and punch out. You need to go. And as he kept asking me to swing at him. And I said, listen, this is going from beyond you're upset to you are going, like, I'm going to be writing you up in a little bit if you don't leave. So you have the choice now. Either you can leave, or you can stay here and keep asking me to swing at you, and I can write you up. And then we have to go through that entire process. And if it keeps going long enough, eventually we're just going to have to say you can't work here anymore if you can't be appropriate. So be as brutal as you want. So anyway, let's get back to this. So I don't even remember what we were talking about, other than they keep trying to kind of prove that they were doing this wrong, and he just keeps saying the same thing.
Does that mean that the dissenting voices were the minority in Wizards at the time? So the majority of everyone was pro.
Well, we didn't.
What was
I mean, we didn't poll everybody, of course. So I would say that each person had a different perspective. So there might be people who are mostly focused on protecting our IP. And there might be people who are mostly focused on, hey, I came from the third-party creator community. I'm going to go back to it when my job here is done. I need to make sure that that's still a healthy community. This is bad. You can't do this. And different, so different people come at it from different perspectives. Hey, it's my job. I'm in legal. I'm supposed to give us all the tools we have as an organization to protect us. Okay, so I'm going to give you the strongest language I can. So everybody had their point of view at the table that was legitimate and was coming from a good place. And so your question of was it a minority, I would say it wasn't loud enough in the room, and that's what's changing. Is we're giving much more of a voice to the folks on my team, myself included, who are closer to the community and would be able to catch this kind of thing in future and have enough volume to prevent it.
So again, this is another attempt at, well, we need to paint you as the bad guy. So the people that were fighting for us, they're just a tiny part of it. The majority of Wizards thought this was a good idea. And again, see, and I guess that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me, Walter. Like, people are really freaking out about 1.1. What specifically was so horrible about it? Was it the royalty structure? Because again, the vast majority of the market would not have been affected by the royalty structure. Was it getting rid of the OGL 1.0 alpha? Because if that was it, again, we've already explained why that got as far as it did. What part of the 1.1 was so incredibly egregious that it never even should have been thought of? Because nothing in that document was that bad. Again, if the 1.1 was the final product, D&D third-party creators, the vast majority, we're talking about 95 to 99%, would have seen almost no change. The massive change would have been they would have had to get a D&D Beyond account and register everything they do. And that would be the biggest change that they would ever have. And that would be it. That would be the only change that 95 to 99% of the market would change. I don't understand why just thinking about that and asking people, hey, we're thinking about this. What do you guys think? Why is asking a question an evil act? Why is going, hey, we have this idea and we think that if we put the royalties in, it's going to discourage meta from trying to create their own thing where people can be abused. I mean, if you guys, I don't know how active anyone here is in the VR scene, but there was a channel that I cannot remember their name. But there was a channel that used to run VR RPGs, basically like LARPs, live action role plays, but they did them entirely in VR chat. This is going back like a year or two now. There was this huge incident where it was found out that the person running these and a few of the people in leadership positions were using it to avoid using language that I know gets videos flagged. they were doing inappropriate things to people that were naughty in nature. If you get the phrase that I am attempting to say, and this turned into a really, really big deal, and it kind of fractured the Twitch RPG community in the same way that, if you guys remember years and years and years ago, I can't even remember the dude's name now. He had pink hair. And he was considered like the greatest DM of all time. He was the in-house DM for Roll20, and he used to work with Itme JP. There was an incident where he effectively described a naughty situation during an RPG and basically forced one of the characters to go through that. Thank you, Cobalt. Go through that situation, and it was just incredibly inappropriate. It was not okay. He's actually been excised from the D&D and RPG community as a whole. It was a horrible thing. So again, the whole point of the royalty process is, okay, if these big companies who are very bottom dollar valued, once you get to that size, you're always going to take, okay, how much is it going to cost us? That's one of the first things you're going to do. So talking to them with money is an extremely effective way to do it. I've done this constantly when I used to work for a Fortune 500 company. Anytime I had an idea, I couldn't just say, well, this is going to help our employees, or this is going to, I had to literally go, this is going to increase sales by this percentage. This is going to increase our attachment rate by this percentage. It's going to take me this much payroll. It's going to take me this much time for each employee. It's going to cost us this particular amount of money, and it's going to make us this particular amount of money. When you're dealing with big Fortune 500 companies, the language you speak in is money. So the idea that, again, I'm genuinely curious, Walter, what part of the 1.1 was so egregious, was so disgusting, that they weren't even allowed to go, hey, we have this idea. We want to know what people that aren't us think about it, because that's what this process was. Everyone keeps claiming it's like, no, they were trying to force these people into. No, they weren't. And they explained it right there. Well, yes, we had things for people to sign, which still doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because the original OGL required no signature, and the new OGL, the actual document that the 1.1 that actually leaked, didn't require a signature. The 1.2 didn't require a signature. So I have never seen the version of this document that had a signature line on it. It has been said over and over and over again that they were trying to force these people to sign it, but I've never seen a document with a signature line on it. So I don't know where this rumor was started. Again, Kyle has not debunked it, and people have... Far Verona was the name of the show. But people have taken the fact that Kyle didn't immediately debunk it as, well, yes, that was 100% real. So again, I don't understand why people are just so hung. In the same way that he said, I don't know why you guys are hung up on this sign-in thing. This is standard business practice. It'd be the same way that if I was interviewing someone and I asked them about their previous pay. It's like, well, what did you make it your thing? And this has become a really big deal recently. If someone was to go, how dare you ask me that? That is the most inappropriate question I've ever seen. No, that's standard operating procedure. If we're getting to the point where I'm about to make you an offer, I'm going to ask what your previous salary was. And some jobs won't let you apply unless you tell them what your previous salary was, which that flirts with laws in certain states. But it's standard business practice. And there are ways to get around it. I'm not a fan of that business practice. I don't think it's a good business practice, but it is standard. And so I kind of see this as the same way. It's like, what is it about this incredibly normal thing that we've been doing for 10 years? What is it that somehow makes us evil? We created something to fix a specific problem. It was the wrong solution. And as soon as people started pointing out, hey, you missed this, we stopped. Businesses have bad ideas constantly. That doesn't mean that they're evil or distrustful. One of the businesses I worked for I saw them make bad decision after bad decision after bad decision, and for like 4 years in a row, they were named the most ethical company in the U.S. By I think it's J.D. Power and Associates. Just because you have a bad idea does not make you an evil person. Good people can do bad things, and bad people can do good things. This purity test, purity tests are meant to divide, and they're meant to give certain people power. Whoever gets to design the purity test gets to have all the power. So I don't do purity tests and things like that. Well, if you do one bad thing, then you're a bad person. No, that's not how it works. It's never been how it's worked. So yeah, again, this is not an attack against you, Walter, or anything like that. I'm genuinely curious. Please let me know what part of the 1.1 is so incredibly egregious, because what I think a lot of people react to is they were told that the 1.1 meant that Wizards of the Coast didn't care about their fans, that they only saw us as bags of money, and they were going to try to wring as much money as they could out of us. They effectively tried to paint Wizards of the Coast as the new version of EA. And so everyone has associated the 1.1 with, oh, the 1.1 existing means Wizards of the Coast is EA. And nothing about that is true. It was a comparison that was used to make an emotional argument. And people just seem to still have that connection without actually connecting it to an actual specific thing in the product. They're just like, well, no, this person told me that means that they're bad. And so as long as the 1.1 existed and they admit that it existed and they thought that it was a good idea, that means they're bad. No, it means they made a bad decision. And they very quickly course corrected it. Again, this is one of the fastest course corrections I've ever seen in my life, and massive course corrections. We'll talk about the Creative Commons in a little bit here. So, Walter, the deauthorization of the OGL would not have stopped anyone. Again, this was a lie that people claim. That's like, oh, well, it's going to stop. It's going to stop third-party publishers. It wouldn't have. It wouldn't have affected anyone. It wouldn't have affected Paizo in any way, shape, or form. Now, the argument about mid-sized Kickstarters, you are right to a point. I'm going to level with you right now. Most Kickstarters are extremely poorly run, and they end up costing people more money than they make them. I know this for a fact because I actually have a friend that ran a very successful Kickstarter that is currently massively in the hole because of it. The additional 20%, like this was an arguing point that I heard constantly. It's like, well, 20% will turn profitable Kickstarters into unprofitable ones. No, it doesn't. If 20%, because you're not taking 20% of the entire thing, you're taking 20% of everything over 750. So your mid-sized Kickstarters never would have paid a royalty, because a mid-sized Kickstarter is less than $750,000. So it wouldn't have affected them in any way, shape, or form. For the big ones, like Paizo, like Kobold Press, again, they still get $750,000 worth of nothing. The only money they have to pay is to Kickstarter itself, which I cannot remember what their cut is anymore. But it's not a small amount. Kickstarter makes bank off of this stuff. If we're talking about, let's say they made $1 million. $1 million is a really big Kickstarter. To actually do the math, 20% of $250,000, or 10% is $25,000. 20% is $50,000. So out of $1 million that they made to fund this thing, they owe Wizards of the Coast $50,000. That's not even the largest cost they're going to have from doing the Kickstarter. And again, I understand how Kickstarters work. This is false logic that people have tried to use to claim that it was bigger than it was. It wouldn't. Your mid-sized Kickstarters, $1 million is not a mid-sized Kickstarter. That is a large Kickstarter. Most Kickstarters don't get anywhere near that. Again, someone actually looked. There was barely a dozen D&D Kickstarters that made it up to that threshold. It's just not a thing. Kickstarters are there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. 12 of them made it to the threshold that they have to pay anything, and the vast majority of those would not have had to pay very much. So again, if the OGL isn't needed, then why do most RPGs? I didn't say it wasn't needed. That was another argument that a lot of people have made. It's like, well, you can't copyright game mechanics, which is 100% true. That statement in and of itself is 100% true. You can copyright the specific manifestation of that. The argument that most people use is there was a court case, I believe in the 80s, where somebody made a game called Anti-Monopoly. And it was a trademark law, but it also brought into the idea of board games and whether or not they could copyright game mechanics. And there's a lot more case law than that one, but that's the one that I've heard the most. And effectively, courts have ruled repeatedly, you cannot copyright rolling dice and moving a set number of spaces on a board or anything like that. You can't copyright rolling a die and adding a number to it. You can copyright a specific implementation of those rules. Like, there are 6 ability scores that are strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. And when all of them are 10, you have a 0 modifier. And for every 2 above you go, you add 1 to the modifier. For every 2 below, you minus 1 from the modifier. That is 100% copyrightable. That is why the OGL was a thing. And that's why so many people use it. The OGL was important for Paizo doing everything that it did, for everything. So you are 100% right. The OGL was important. And it wasn't, again, you keep saying this thing of, well, they were threatening the OGL. They weren't. They were updating it. The original OGL had specific language in it about updating it. It was always designed to be updated. The OGL that we're used to using, the 1.1a, the reason the A is on there is because it was updated once before. They never threatened to destroy the OGL. Again, this is another talking point that people seem to think is real, and it's not. They were updating it, and they were updating it for a particular purpose that has already been described here. This idea of they were destroying it, they weren't. Everything that had been published under the OGL before, still perfectly fine. The vast majority of the things that would have been published under the 1.1, totally fine. Nothing would have changed. We've already discussed that. No, they don't. What they talk about is they didn't like the words of revoking. And again, this gets into legalese, to be blunt. Every single person that I've seen talk about this has no expertise in contract law. Like Runkle the Bailey was one of the ones that talked about it, and people tried to use it to kind of disprove me. Runkle the Bailey is a firearms and criminal law attorney in Canada. He does not have an expertise in contract law or in IP law or anything like that. Leonard French, who's a copyright attorney that does stuff, he would have been a great person to talk about this. He never said anything. The vast majority of people that talked about this never said anything. Everyone keeps hinging on the person that helped write it. That person is not a lawyer. That person, and I can't remember his name, if someone can remember his name and put it in chat, I would really appreciate that, because I hate just referring to them as a pronoun. But that person is not a legal expert. What they are an expert of is this is what they wanted to do, and they wanted to try and write it in a way that people could continue using it. And nothing that they have said has contradicted anything that Wizard of the Coast has said here. And the idea of, well, did you want Meta to be able to create a 3D environment and then use it to do bad things to other people under the banner of Dungeons and Dragons? Well, of course I wouldn't want that. How did you stop them from doing that? Well, I could, and obviously they've never answered that question. This is me making up a conversation with someone that I've never spoken to. So again, everyone keeps bringing up, it's like, well, no, you can't deauthorize it. Well, yes, they can. And to be 100% honest, if it had gone through, it doesn't really matter what the original author said. It would have been fought in court. Ryan, it might have been. I haven't the foggiest idea. I am so bad with names. Like, the only reason I know these people's names is they're on the screen. Imp will tell you flat out, like, there are people in my RPGs that I call them the wrong names, and I have names in front of them. Like, I do it constantly. So names are bad for me. So again, I understand what you're saying, Walter. I'm not saying that your feelings are wrong or anything. I'm saying they're misplaced. Everyone made this huge deal about the fact, well, they're destroying the... No, they aren't. Everything that was published before would have still been able to be published today. If you can show me a single product that under the old OGL could be published and the new one couldn't be, I want to know that. Every single thing that could have been published before would have been published. The only limitations would have been things that, again, were racist or other ists and things like that. Again, it's specifically what they were trying to stop people from publishing. So, yeah, like I said, everyone made this huge deal about it. It was like, well, they're destroying this. They're not. They changed some wording to prevent people from doing bad things for it. Which, again, that was the thing that I thought was most curious, because there have been huge, like, again, Critical Role is a perfect example. They're constantly asked to decry and stop people from doing bad things because of how influential they are in the system. Wizards of the Coast does that, and now they're the bad guys? Walter, you could tell me that his name was Scooby-Doo, and I would have no way to argue with you. My memory for names is that bad. So anyway, let's get back to this. I've been talking about this for a long time, and we are never going to get through this interview if I keep talking about this. But you bring up valid points, Walter. I personally believe that they are emotional arguments. They are not they're not fact-based arguments, because the fact is Pathfinder could be published under the 1.1 and nothing would change about it, except they would have to report it. And if they made a lot of money off of it, which they did sometimes, they would make a little less money, but Pathfinder would still exist. And perfectly fine. That's kind of the point of me live streaming this, instead of just making a video. I want to be derailed. I want people to question me, because to be blunt, I'm getting sick and tired of people telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, or if I just answered this question, then that would have proven me wrong. No, I want people to see that I'm fervent in, I want this to be done. I want people to understand that the emotional response they had to that was just that. It was an emotional response, and it was not based in fact. If anyone can show me a single product that could not exist under even the 1.1, which again was never going to be a thing. It was a stepping stone to something that would be. But even under the 1.1, show me a single product that would not exist because it was published under 1.1 instead of 1.0a. That's all I want to know, because until you can show me that, the argument that they were destroying the OGL holds no water, because they weren't. They were just putting extra safeguards in to prevent people from abusing it, which is what companies are constantly asked to do now. Well, this person is using your particular thing and saying bad things about it, so you need to decry them. You need to tell them that they're not allowed to do that. That is constant. Again, Wizards of the Coast was brought, or not Wizards of the Coast, Critical Role was brought into this specifically by people going, why aren't you saying that they're bad? Why aren't you saying they're bad? You have to say that they're bad. So, anyway, let's listen to more of this.
And how are you enacting that? Like, how are you giving them a voice?
I'm going to just go back a little bit so we know what the context of that was.
Are closer to the community and would be able to catch this kind of thing in future and have enough volume to prevent it.
And how are you enacting that? Like, how are you giving them a voice?
Well, there's a couple things. First of all, by moving everything into the Creative Commons, we've just taken this whole discussion off the table. I mean, that's a one-way door. We can't unring that bell. So there's no taking back the SRD and the openness of D&D. It's out there, it's done. So this literal example can never happen again, because we can't. We didn't even decide to do it with language. We just did it mechanically. Like, you don't have to take our word for it. That's just how the license works. And so this particular problem literally can't happen again. Now, should we in future be looking at corporate strategies, company strategies that would impact the D&D community? Now, folks like me and my and the leaders of my creative team are in the conversation. So.
So you've essentially been given authority to be able to influence these decisions, is what you're saying? You and your team have been given greater authority in order to influence these decisions?
I would say greater respect, because authority for each decision needs to rest with a different person depending on what kind of decision we're making. That being said, being heard and being respected is important. And I will say, to her credit, I know she's gotten a lot of, bad. Cynthia's gotten a lot of, negative opinion about her, but she listens and she does change based on information. And she's one of the most empathetic C-suite people I've ever worked with, by a country mile. So I am confident that when she says she's going to listen, she's going to listen.
So I do want to bring that up. So remember when I said before how I would almost guarantee that there's a conversation of, hey, listen, I'm a lawyer. I know how the law works. Just because you write rules doesn't mean you know how to do this. Go back to your little game. I think the fact that he kept talking about having more respect and being heard, I think that kind of supports the idea that a conversation like that probably happened. I'm not saying that exact conversation happened, but I would almost guarantee somebody did what it's called pulling rank. And it's a remarkably bad business decision to make. Because pulling rank only works in the military, and the reason it works in the military is if someone pulls rank on you, where like they say, I'm an officer, I'm giving you an order, and you disobey that order, you will either go to jail or you will be killed. That's a really effective deterrent to not doing what you're told. In literally every other thing, and especially in business, the only thing you can threaten them with is, I'm not going to give you money anymore. And even that, depending on how your employment contract is written, even that may not be possible. The only threat you can pull when you are trying to pull rank might be, well, I'm going to make you not like your job as much. And that's not a really good deterrent to forcing someone to obey you. And it never has been. In retail management, I told every single manager I worked with, if you ever have to pull rank, you have failed. Because there's only two things that happen when you pull rank on someone. One, they quit. Two, they become the worst employee you could possibly have, because they will do the absolute bare minimum to make sure that they get their paycheck, and will never, ever do anything to help the company beyond the absolute minimum they have to. Those are the only two results I have ever seen. Technically, if it's an employee that actually wants to keep their job, a lot of people think if I pull rank, somehow they're going to do better at their job. They never do. I've pulled rank, I think, once or twice in the entirety of my career. And both times, one time it was an employee that I didn't care if they quit. I actually wanted them to quit. So pulling rank was like, listen, you already suck at your job, so I'm going to pull rank on you and tell you that I'm your boss. You're going to do what I tell you, or you're not going to work here, in the hopes that you quit. And it didn't make the situation any worse because they were already a bad employee. The other time was very early in my management career. I did it with one of my best salesmen, and it destroyed our working relationship. And they stopped selling. And it was the worst mistake I made at that store. So, yeah. And then Imp does bring up a valid point, and Kyle brings it up here too. What are you doing to stop this from happening again? Creative Commons. It's literally impossible for this to happen again. This idea that you've broken our trust, how do we know we're not going to do it again? We can't. We physically can't. And this is another thing that people just keep seeming to ignore. Creative Commons was a nuclear option. By that, I mean it was such an extreme option that took literally all of their power away. It wasn't just, okay, we're going to leave the OGL, because the OGL still had some control. If you violated terms of the OGL, they still could go after you. Creative Commons, they have no control over it. They're not allowed to do anything to you, and they also didn't write the license. Creative Commons is owned and run by a 501c3, I think, by a charity. They have no control over what you do with the 5.1 SRD anymore. It is completely out of their hands. They cannot tell you what to do. They cannot tell you how to use it, what format you want to use it. It is literally impossible for them to exercise any sort of control, and they can never modify that. It's built into Creative Commons. The only thing you can do with a Creative Commons license is you can take it from a more restrictive version to a less restrictive version. Like right now, it's what's called an attribution Creative Commons, which means you are required to say, well, Wizards of the Coast made this. Somewhere in your document, you have to say, we use stuff from Wizards of the Coast. The only change that they are ever allowed to make is taking it from attribution to nothing. So, and that's another thing that I think a lot of people just seem to ignore. No, you guys said that you didn't like this. We listened to you, and so we're just getting out of it. And Kyle will have an even better answer in a little bit here about this when they start talking about the 1D&D and 6th edition and everything like that. So let's keep going.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Before I move on to a topic that you actually just started to touch on, I did want to ask, can you give specifics on who was being met with?
So again, we have to get the names. We have to get the names. We have to get the names. I want to know the names. And again, you can see Kyle sitting here going, why do you care about this? It doesn't change anything.
Beforehand. Before, like, because I put a pin in that. Jumping back to the pin and pulling it out. Yeah. Can you give specifics on who those meetings were taking, like who those meetings were with? Any of them?
I don't have that list in front of me of exactly who we were talking to, but it's the biggest creators out there. I know that was one of the criteria, was like what's their audience size. I mean, we spoke to Paizo, we spoke to Kobold, we spoke to Critical Role. I mean, and each conversation was different. It was because each creator is different. Each person's, each group's thing that they create is different. And so it's not like everybody got the same conversation, because not everybody was in the same place or had the same questions. So there were, but it was like that. It was like, okay, who are the ones that are the top publishers out there who have large audiences that they're serving? Because those are the ones who are going to really have the best sense of what's right.
Okay.
So, and you hit it right on the head. People are going to use this to go, see, Critical Role, you're evil. And I think, again, when you see how Jeremy said this, that you had a meeting, people think this was somehow some sort of like Godfather-style meeting where the heads of the families get together and goes, oh, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. It wasn't. They reached out to various people, probably with different versions of the 1.1 as well, which is why none of them commented on it, because the one that got leaked probably wasn't the one that they saw. And they go, that's interesting. I guess that's what someone else saw. And they had individual conversations, which is exactly what they've done for a decade. Again, everyone keeps trying to think, well, somehow they're now these mafiosos that are bringing the families together to kind of divide up who's going to operate. They're going to be in West Hoboken, and he's going to take Manhattan, and that wasn't what it was. They just reached out to various people and said, hey, we want your feedback on this. Again, I don't see where going, hey, we have this idea. We want to get other people's opinion on it because obviously we could miss something, is somehow evil or destructive. And again, Paizo knew about this. Critical Role knew about this. Kobold Press knew about this before it came out. This was not, oh my God, clutch my pearls. Well, we're going to create the Orc, which, by the way, Orc it's a funny name, but it's really bad, and I hate it. And it has nothing to do with anything other than the fact in retail, there's a thing called organized retail crime. And it is always listed as ORC in all caps. So anytime I see Orc, I think organized retail crime, and it annoys me, and that's all. Let's keep going back to this.
All right. Well, I want to touch on what you mentioned when you were talking about how you were acknowledging how the Creative Commons now covers all of the SRD 5.1. Here's my question. Is it the intention of Wizards of the Coast to add 1D&D content to this SRD?
We are. Well, 1D&D isn't finished right now, so I can't really tell you what all the content is yet because we haven't finished writing it. But I will say that
the intention to add the content.
Yeah, the intention is that all.
So I want to stop this again because, again, the goal of this question in my theory is, well, yeah, you can't do it to this, but you're going to try and do it again, aren't you? Because you're still evil. We're going to get you to say that you're a bad company and you're trying to hurt us. and he's definitely not going to get the answer that he wants here.
Of the new rules updates that we're doing, including the stuff we're publishing in 2024, that's being called 1D&D right now, all of that will remain, the SRD will be updated to remain compatible with all of that. Now, exactly how that compatibility is maintained is something that I'm going to leave up to Jeremy Crawford and the rules designers. Maybe it's we put the exact rules language into the SRD. Maybe it's we do some bridging language. Like, for example, the new rules update will refer to species, not race. Well, so the SRD still uses race. So we might put some language in there that says, hey, where you see the word race, use the word species. And that's what I mean by bridging language, just to connect the dots for how stuff works in SRD versus how it'll work in the rules update. But it'll be some combination of those things. The one thing I can guarantee right now is it'll be 100% compatible. Anything you build with the SRD will work with the new rules.
Okay. Are there plans to potentially introduce a new OGL that is specific to 1D&D?
I don't think so. I don't see the value in it. If Creative Commons is such a great open license. I think if at such time as we decided to put more stuff out into the public space, we'd do it through probably Creative Commons. I think I've no interest in getting into the OGL business. I'd rather be in the D&D business.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So again, another thing where it's like, well, yeah, but you didn't say that you weren't going to try and hurt us later. So are you going to hurt us later? No, we're going to use Creative Commons. It makes more sense. It takes a huge weight off of our legal department where they don't have to design a brand new license themselves. The license already works. And he said right there, I don't want to be in the OGL business. I want to be in the D&D business. See, and Walter, you bring up a valid point. If anyone's not watching the live chat, Walter brings up, once it leaked, it doesn't seem like they were happy with where WotC landed after their negotiations, to the point where they were ready to fight in court. And at least on Kobold's part, they were willing to burn a very lucrative bridge. That was theater. That was business theater. Again, if these meetings actually happened, which have been confirmed, they already knew that the changes were coming. They already knew that the document that was leaked wasn't real. And wasn't real in the idea that that version of it had already been corrected. So everyone kind of acts that they were somehow blindsided by this thing coming out. And my headset is starting to die on me, so I'm just going to plug it in real quick. So one of the things I like about this chair is I have a USB port in the chair, and so I can just plug it in when I need it. Give me a second here. Okay. All right, so better. So so this idea that they were willing to go to court, it was performative. Again, they already knew, and we just confirmed they already knew that wasn't the final version of it. And by going out like that, and again, if the goal was to hurt Paizo or hurt Kobold, they never would have shared them. Never would have shared it with them. That is the dumbest business mistake ever. Again, we have these two conflicting ideas of who's running Wizards of the Coast. They are a business mastermind and one of the dumbest people that has ever run a company in their lives. It doesn't work that way. So what they did was performative. They used it to increase their sales and to help them. I don't think Paizo mentioned anything about having plans for this before, but Kobold flat out said we've always intended to make our own system. This has just given us the steam to do that. Whether or not that is a true statement, we will not know. And that's another thing I found is really interesting, is there's no way to back up the statement that the reason that they started, that this leak was the reason that they decided to pull forward. There's no proof of that. In the same way that there's no proof, quote unquote, there's no hardcore proof that Wizard of the Coast was planning on changing this all along. But everyone keeps going, well, because there's no hardcore proof, that means that Wizards of the Coast is lying, and because there's no hardcore proof, that means that Kobold has to be telling the truth. And then the idea that Kobold has burnt some bridge, they haven't. Nothing is going to stop Kobold from publishing 5e materials. And to be blunt, and I said this, I can't remember if I said it in a video or a comment or a conversation, but Kobold, if they decided to go entirely with their own RPG product line, they'll be bankrupt in 5 years. That's just how it goes. They have built their entire business model off of creating books for a system that already exists and is extremely popular. They will not have a market large enough to support their company entirely off of their own RPG system. It's just, that's not how it works. So Kobold, in my mind, was always going to be printing 5th edition material. They were going to be supplementing it now with their own system, which they were already planning on doing. They just saw blood in the water and thought this is a great way for us to make some money. Same thing is true about Paizo. And I don't think that makes either of them evil companies. It makes them smart. They saw an opportunity to do something and get a lot of brownie points. They did throw Wizards of the Coast under the bus for it, which I think is kind of a dick move. But to be perfectly honest, Paizo's the only one that really put Wizards of the Coast under the bus by claiming, well, we're going to sue them. Kobold Press just went, no, we're going to make our own stuff. We were already planning on doing it. MCDM has also mentioned, like, we were already planning on making our own system. This just encouraged us to do it faster. And then with the Creative Commons thing, Paizo no longer needs to create their own system. 5th edition is different enough, or 2nd edition Pathfinder is different enough. Okay, but do you have anything to prove that? Do I have anything to prove what? That they knew about all this stuff before? Yes, they just said it, and they've admitted it. Do I have proof that this is all performative theater? No. Do you have proof that Wizards of the Coast is lying? No. Well, that's the same thing. Why? I can turn the question back around. Why do we have to assume that Wizards is lying and Paizo and Kobold are being honest? They got an actual benefit out of this. Nothing that Wizards of the Coast has done has benefited them thus far. They've got nothing but bad things. Both Paizo and Kobold have made money off of this. They have an actual incentive. If we're talking about like proving something happened, if we go to criminal law, you have to prove opportunity, intent, opportunity and intent, and I think there's one more thing, and method. You have to prove opportunity, intent, and method. We already have opportunity, we already have intent, and we have method. Like, we have enough to build a case that 100% this is a performative theater. And I am telling you, based on my experience in business, I'm saying this from a business standpoint, of which I can be considered an expert because of my experience and my degree. I'm telling you, this was performative because I know how businesses work. You can decide that you don't want to believe me, but my proof is my experience. And again, I've listed my experience like a dozen times in this. I'm not going to sit here and argue about whether or not I understand business well enough to know what is real and what is not. Paizo and Kobold made money off of this. They increased their market share. Those are golden opportunities in business. And like I said, Kobold, their business structure itself, they do not have the ability to become a competitor to D&D. They just don't. Their business is not built the way that could allow for that. Paizo is slightly better. And now that 5th edition is in Creative Commons, it would be very, very easy for them to take Pathfinder 2nd edition and change enough things in there where they no longer are OGL based. Pathfinder 1st edition will always be OGL based because it is literally D&D 3rd edition. Like, they did not change anywhere near enough that they could ever distance themselves from the OG. 2nd edition is very different. And I do not believe it would be very difficult for them to change enough that the only things that they use are in Creative Commons now. And all they'll have to do is mention, by the way, we use some Creative Commons stuff, and they are now no longer beholden to Wizards of the Coast in any way, shape, or form. And I will also guarantee that neither Paizo nor Kobold are going to release their new Orc license into Creative Commons. Because, again, you need to be Wizards of the Coast size to be able to profit off of that. So, I have a leaked draft of the OGL 1.1. Again, you keep going back to this. Oh, the leak. All you're telling me is that the leaked draft. I have it in front of me. And the 1.2, again, the 1.2 doesn't have, wouldn't have hurt third-party publishers in any way, shape, or form. There's no royalties in the 1.2, and you keep saying that was what was going to kill them. Well, it's going to kill all these mid-sized Kickstarters, which it wasn't. Mid-sized Kickstarters don't make $1 million. It's not how it works. I'm sorry. Like I said, I don't know what your professional background is, and I would never want to kind of put you on the spot. But I do have a professional background in this. I helped start. I helped write the business plan for a $360 million charity. The only reason that it doesn't exist right now is the city planner for Milwaukee wouldn't allow us to buy the building we needed to start. I'm sorry if you just don't want to believe that this is how the business world works. I have a degree and I have a decade of experience, and I have worked with everything in every level of this. If you don't want to trust me, that is entirely up to you, and I cannot force you to trust me. But I can tell you that from a business perspective, it's just what you're describing is not possible. That's just not how it works. In the same way that in marching band, the people aren't watching everyone around them and kind of reacting to them. No, they have memorized where they're supposed to stand, and they're counting steps. That's how field marching works. And as much as it looks very, very interesting and very, very complex, it's not. You literally, you have marked in your sheet music, you'll have move, and sometimes you'll put your coordinates, sometimes you'll just say move. And you could do it completely alone, or you can do it in a part of a massive group. It doesn't change anything. That's just how marching band works. This is just how business works. If you can't accept it, that's entirely up to you, and I can't force you to accept anything. But I can tell you, like, the entire purpose of this is for me to use my business this live stream is for me to use my business expertise to inform people that don't understand how business works. This is how it works. So it's kind of like the argument you're making is kind of the same as going to your doctor, getting diagnosed with something, and then saying, well, I don't believe you. If you want to go get another opinion, you are more than welcome to. I have not seen anyone with my experience in business talking about this, ever. So if you want to find someone that has similar experiences in businesses as I do, you are more than welcome. And if they tell you something that you seem to like more, you are more than welcome to believe them. I cannot force you to believe anything I say. I can just tell you from my experience, which is relatively extensive. I'm not a Bill Gates or anything like that, but when I could work, I was very good at it. This is just how it works. Yeah, and Scurry Ninja, that was another thing, but I kind of agree with you in the idea of anyone that's not reading it. For the royalty stuff, seemed pretty tame to me, is what Scurvy Ninja said. And I kind of agree with you. 20% royalties is not that big a deal. I mean, it's a big number, but it wasn't that big a deal. However, I completely understand people getting upset over the royalties. Like I said, we can work at the numbers. And I can show you just how little, again, for $1 million Kickstarter, you pay $50,000 to them. So that means you have $950,000 that they're not touching. And most Kickstarters don't get anywhere near $1 million. Again, every other Kickstarter won't pay a dime. So yeah, if you want to get into the brass tacks of it, yeah, I mean, it wasn't that bad. They could have done much, much worse. However, I completely understand people being upset about the royalty structure, and they understood it. And again, they removed it instantly. So people getting upset about the royalty structure, it was never a thing. They thought about it. They got feedback. They ditched it instantly. Just because they had a bad idea does not mean they're bad people. They didn't realize what they were doing, and as soon as they did, they changed. That's how it works. So let's keep going.
Okay, so there's, just to be clear, there's no plans for one D&D essentially becoming like a closed system where it's like, well, everything that was 5th edition and everything prior is now covered by that. We're cutting that free. Y'all can have it, and we're building our own thing. And this is our new venture.
No,
or no plans.
No. We don't even think of it as a different edition. We think of it as an evolution of 5th edition. That's why we call it one D&D instead of putting a number on it. We don't. I mean, people like to call it 6th edition. They're going to call it another edition. They might even call it 5.5. I don't know, because it feels a little bit more like what happened as 3 got evolved into 3.5. But really, what we're doing is we think 5th edition is great, and we think it could be better. We think it could play faster. It could play easier. It could provide more room for role play. So there's stuff like that we want to do to improve it, but we're not trying to replace it.
So, first of all, I want to make an emphasis of I've been saying over and over, 1 D&D is not D&D 6th edition is D&D 5.5. It has been confirmed. Ha 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 ha. Scurvy Ninja. Scurvy Ninja specifically mentioned, yeah, I agree why people were upset because they were paying nothing. That really all this has been about, going from nothing to something. There is a significant amount of research. A lot of people don't realize psychologists work for businesses. There are tons of psychological studies that happen. Things like people don't realize daylight savings time has nothing to do with cows or farming. The reason daylight savings times exists now, I'm not going to argue about how it started because there's about 14 different explanations. The reason it still exists now, people buy more when the sun is out. And we have tons of studies to support that statement. So the reason that we still keep daylight savings is because shifting the day around so that daylight hours fall better into store open hours is important. And if they get rid of it, winter sales in general will drop. The same thing about the idea of going from nothing to something that is free to something that is paid. That is a process that has been studied extensively. There was like 3 or 4 different chapters in a couple different business courses that I took that talked about the idea of, specifically when I was learning pricing strategy, the worst possible thing you can do is start something free and then start charging for it. Because it will always have a negative impact on your sales. There's no way you can phrase it. There's no way, there's nothing you can do to stop that from souring the opinion of your business. And it's been studied so many times. Taking something that is cheap and increasing the price has a significantly lower impact on how people think of your business. Actually, to the point where increasing the price can actually increase the amount of value people put on your products. They might think that by selling it at a low price that it is a less valuable product. And so by increasing it, you can actually make people want it more. But going from free to paying anything will always have a negative effect. 100%, that's always how it works. Again, everything that I heard from him had nothing to do with Kobold Press, which is what we were talking about before, Walter, and everything to do with, well, you're not allowed to, you're not allowed to revoke the OGL. Every single interview that I've seen him do was all about, well, they're not allowed to revoke the OGL. So again, the argument that you're making there is. And again, not to call you out or anything, that argument is what's called an argument of authority. And it's a logical fallacy. You can say, well, this person said something, and therefore, I'm right. Well, if you don't actually tell me what that person said, then you've created a self-fulfilling policy. I can tell you, I talked to William Tolkien. Who is a major business. He was my personal mentor. And he has run like 7 different Fortune 500 companies. And he agrees with me wholeheartedly. So, compared to Ryan Dancy, he knows nothing compared to William Tolkien. Now, William Tolkien doesn't exist. But that's how an argument of authority is constructed. And again, this is not meant to call you out specifically or anything like that. I'm saying I cannot take that argument seriously because there's nothing to debunk there. Just saying, well, this person says I'm right. Unless you tell me what they specifically said, I can't tell you what to think. Like I said, I've seen most of the interviews that they did, and every interview that they said, the only thing they focused on is they're not allowed to change the OGL. That is everything that they have said. They've also talked about our goal with creating the original OGL was to thing, and they tried to paint Wizards of the Coast in a bad light, but they never talked about Kobold Press or performative theater or whether or not Kobold Press could exist without 5th edition. And that's what we were talking about. So, yeah. How are my claims different? Because I'm telling you the actual claims. Again, your particular claim was this other person said that I'm right. I'm saying, I personally, in saying I'm right, and I'm saying I'm right because I'm giving you specific facts from business, and I've told you over and over, okay, this is how businesses work. Just because you don't want to believe that that's how the businesses work, that's not an appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is literally, I'm going to bring someone that's not a part of this conversation into the conversation and claim that you're not allowed to argue with them because they're an expert. That's what an appeal to authority is. So. Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, because Scurvy Ninja brings up that he had like 3 conflicting reasons for creating the OGL in the first place. I'm not going to hold that against him. Because I've created things, and they've had very, very different justifications for why I created them. So I'm not going to hold that. At one point he said it was for this, at another point he said for that. I don't think he was being dishonest. I think he probably had a lot of different reasons for doing it. Like I don't think he's a bad guy. Okay, Walter, I have said all I can say on this particular subject. Use a phrase used earlier, agree to disagree. I cannot argue this particular subject anymore. Again, if you want to contact Ryan Dancy and have him talk to me and we can kind of argue this out, I'm more than happy to do that. And I can go, okay, well, I've never seen that happen in business in my life before. And he can go, well, I have, and then we can actually talk about this. But using an argument from another person that I cannot... and not really using an argument, claiming that they said something and it just works that way. There's nothing I can do to that argument. Even if they are 100% right and I'm 100% wrong, there's nothing I can do because I don't have anything to react to here. I cannot disprove him because he hasn't said anything. And by that I mean he's not a part of this conversation, and the references you've made to him is you've just said, well, he said you're wrong. Okay, what was I wrong about? Well, he said you're wrong. Wrong doesn't mean anything. Wrong is subjective. So I'm gonna keep going on. So more stuff. And again, please don't take this personally. I'm not getting upset. I've just gotten to the point where, this is a 3-hour-long video for an hour-long interview, and we're never gonna get this done. So I need to move forward, and I can't keep arguing the same point over and over again. So let's go.
Okay. So at the beginning of this, we talked about how the new OGL was designed in order to try and combat like big corporations, big media corporations specifically, or various new technologies, and that this had been planned for a while. Well, obviously, since the new OGL is no longer happening, what plans does Wizards then have to try and address those issues?
We're leaning hard on the community, honestly. We looked at it and said, all right, there's some things that one can do through Creative Commons. Like we can say, hey, you need to pull our attribution, so you can't like put D&D, the name D&D on it or whatever. So there's some small things we can do that might discourage some bad actors. But really, what we're counting on, especially for things like the hateful content stuff that we're worried about, we're counting on the community because it's demonstrated. It's been demonstrated time and time again, not least of which just now, that this is a strong and vocal and active community. And so rather than counting on a legal document to give us personally the room to act, we're going to be counting a lot on the strength of the community and supporting the actions of the community to combat things that try to come in and take over the space or try to scam people, through NFTs or whatever. I feel pretty confident that this community is going to catch on to that and make noise, and we would rather be with you making that noise against something bad than trying to put it in a legal document.
This is another thing that I think is a beautiful response to this, because I mentioned in one of my videos, and I actually had a discussion with someone in the comments where they basically said, well, you've been wrong before. You were wrong about this. You were wrong about the Creative Commons thing, and you admitted to being wrong. I mentioned in the video where I talked about the Creative Commons stuff, I said that it blew my mind that they would do that, because that was not something that was on the table. And again, Walter, the actual logical fallacy of appeal to authority is using a third-party authority. Because I'm using myself as the authority, the actual logical fallacy doesn't apply there. Are there other logical fallacies that you could bring in? Sure. But that particular logical fallacy is specifically defined as you refer to a separate authority, not a part of this conversation, and use that to support your argument. So anyway, going back to this. One of the things that confused me the most about this was, how are they going to stop the next Ernie Gygax kerfuffle? For any of you guys that don't know, Ernie Gygax bought the rights to the TSR name, which is who originally published D&D, and he thought that meant that he also owned all the trademarks that TSR used to own. It doesn't work that way. And they just created this really, really offensive, horrible version of D&D, and it was disgusting. Had it not been that they used trademarks that were still owned by Wizards of the Coast, Wizards of the Coast never could have stopped them from doing it. And it would have come out, and it would have been a huge blemish on the D&D mark. And so, as they've said previously in here, they wanted to be able to stop people from abusing Dungeons and Dragons. And from people like Kyle, who are just really supportive of D&D, that is all about, this is important to me and I don't want people abusing it. For people like Hasbro, the important part of that is it will cost us money if they devalue our brand. So this is two very separate these are two very, very separate motivations that just happen to coincide at the same point. Both of them being, we need to stop bad people from doing bad things with D&D. And so that was my biggest confusion. It's like, well, my biggest fear was they had come up with something else that was going to be a lot worse than anything the OGL was going to be, to prevent stuff like that happening. Because again, I've seen bad business decisions. And I think people have mentioned it here. The OGL, until a couple years ago, was entirely unique. No one had ever done that, ever, with any product. Had they ever said, hey, we will let you use our intellectual property to create other things. Intellectual property law is unbelievably cutthroat. Trademark law specifically, if they can prove that you knew someone was violating your trademark and you didn't instantly sue them into oblivion, you will lose your trademark. Patent law is even more egregious. If you use something that is patented, not only can they stop you from using it, they get to own everything you made using their patent, and then they can sell it and do whatever they want with it. All of these intellectual property laws and things like that are extremely, extremely bad. And so my thought, actually, I thought they were going to patent the newest version of D&D and then use that to really control the market. Because like I said, patents are rough, and you 100% can patent game mechanics. And Wizards of the Coast has patented game mechanics. They patented the game mechanics of Magic the Gathering, and they still own the patent to it. It's one of the reasons why they keep coming up with new mechanics. Patents eventually expire, but if they are constantly adding new mechanics, they can patent the new mechanics, and it basically gives them almost a constant stream of new patents to prevent people from making Magic the Gathering clones. Patent law is incredibly dangerous. Here, they have said flat out, no, we're going to let the audience do it. And this is a brilliant move from a business perspective, because they were painted as the bad guys. And now, if anyone else does do something and people go, well, why aren't you stopping them? They can literally just go, we are stopping them. We are saying that they're bad, exactly like you guys told us to. You guys are the ones that stopped everything else. We're going to let you guys do this. It's a brilliant move. It is a great move from a business perspective, from a how they're viewed perspective. There's a word for that I can't think of right now. It's a great move that I wasn't expecting them to do, because I hadn't thought in that particular way for them doing this. Again, I got tunnel vision, just like they described in there. I got tunnel vision and kind of focused on one of the problems that I thought was the most difficult, which again they were focusing on too, and they just came up with a different solution to that problem. I think it's a very effective solution. So I'm interested to see how it plays out, because again, someone else is going to try and do something horrible. And if you want a really good example of how this can absolutely fail, there's a certain game that involves wizards that went into effectively early access, like pre-order access today, and it has been breaking sales records, despite the fact that there is a huge movement to not only disavow the game itself, but also to disavow anyone that claimed they were buying it, that were going to stream it. All of that turned into extra sales for the game. That's all that happened. Activism does not work the way most people think it works. You don't get to kind of publicly condemn and be morally superior, but also make the changes that you want. You generally have to choose between looking good or getting the changes done that you want. And this is a perfect example of a lot of people look really, really good condemning everyone that plays it, and yet this is probably going to make more money than any other game in that series ever has. So if their goal was to stop supporting that particular creator, they not only failed miserably, they did the exact opposite. So Wizards of the Coast is basically kind of putting the ball in the court of all of their players and going, if you guys want this stuff to stop, you're going to do it, and we will support you in doing it. Which is a great way to go from we're fighting each other to no, we're in this together, and we want to support you. We want to be the person that's supporting you. We don't want to be the person that is fighting in front of you. We want to be right there with you. And I think it's a brilliant move that I'd never considered. And so I thought that was probably the best response to that answer they could have given. And you can see just in, like, you can see in facial expressions, you guys can't see me circling, but if you look at Liv and Jeremy's face, they are not pleased with this answer. They're looking for, well, no, what we're going to do is the next version is going to be evil, just like you thought we were. And they're not getting the answers that they want. And so you can see it in their faces. They're angry about this. Moving on.
Okay. So I know that there were a number of concerns with the OGL, I think even the OGL 1.2 that had been proposed, that there were provisions in there that talked about potentially, I guess, shutting down a project if it does not align with Wizards' values. The concern by much of the community, I mean, some of our show members, as many of our fans, fit into numerous minority groups. There has been a fear raised that if hypothetically there was turnover at Wizards of the Coast, and say a heavily conservative leadership took over, and suddenly say pro LGBTQ plus content is now considered harmful and offensive. Is the kind of action that was proposed in the OGL 1.2 still a possibility? Is that still something that Wizards is looking
in helping all content creators to keep the game ever more inclusive, ever more open, ever more welcoming? So we won't be doing it through legal language. We'll be doing it by supporting the voices who are calling out for improved inclusivity and improved openness. We're working on a content policy because people asked, hey, what do you even consider hateful? So we feel like we should publish something that says what we consider hateful, and something that is adaptable and something that can grow with time as society wakes up and opens its eyes. And that will only apply to us, of course, because we don't have a legal structure in place to apply to anybody else. But we feel like you should know what our standards are, and we feel like you should be able to participate in helping us improve our standards. So we're working on a content policy to open the doors on that some. But that, those two things together are how I'd answer your question. We're counting on the community, and we're going to show you where our head's at on all this.
I saw that he disconnected and reconnected again. the basic gist of what he said, and I don't want to replay it because again, it's a 3-hour long live stream. Effectively, the question from Jeremy is, well, what about this clause? Because the first thing he has to say is like, well, in the OGL, which doesn't exist anymore, you said that you were going to try and do this. Well, he's already answered, well, it doesn't matter because it doesn't exist anymore. Well, if it did still exist, because again, they're trying so hard to paint them as the bad guys here, and so they're bringing up stuff that has already been debunked. They're like, oh, well, but if it did still exist, or do you still have plans to try and do this? We can't. Again, we've already said Creative Commons doesn't give us the ability to do that. And he wanted to focus specifically on the LGBTQA plus thing. And there actually is precedent for this. I don't know how accurate this was, but I do remember the DMs Guild, like 3 or 4 years ago, had a bit of a kerfuffle where there was some LGBTQ plus aligned stuff that, for whatever reason, got either flagged or something about it. And it was specifically, they claimed it was specifically because it was homosexual themed. And that had nothing to do with Wizards of the Coast. That was a One Bookshelf thing, because DM's Guild is a partnership between One Bookshelf and Wizards of the Coast. But and again, I don't know how accurate the complaints are, because it's very, very common when something gets censored to find a protected class that you belong to and just go, well, this is because I belong to this protected class, and not because, you did something wrong, actually wrong. It's always, oh, well, I'm the victim here. I do not remember if this was, again, performative theater, if this was actually a big deal, but the community itself just kind of accepted that this was some kind of anti-LGBTQ thing. And so the idea that is being brought up here is a valid point. And it's actually one of the reasons why I tend to argue against giving companies and things like that the ability to choose what they feel is appropriate, because your boss can always change. It's the same thing in U.S. politics. Everybody wants the federal government to be able to say this, this, or this, and they can stop misinformation and stuff like that. Well, who gets to decide what misinformation is? Well, the people that I like are in office, so I want them to decide. Yes, but they're not going to be in office forever. And then people you don't like are going to get in office. That's how it works. And do you really want to give the people that you don't like the power to decide what is true and what is false, or what is acceptable and what is not? No. So the rules should be, let's make sure nobody gets to make that decision. Don't give a small group of people ever the ability to choose what is obscene, what is that. Don't let them define that, because they will change. And if you give them that much power, they will always abuse it. Doesn't matter who you believe is right or wrong, it will be abused. And so Creative Commons takes that out. And again, they keep trying to get, well, what if they do this? They're like, we're not going to do it. We literally cannot do this. The scenario that you have come up with here is impossible. And I think Jeremy already understood that, well, this is the question. And I assume they had questions already written, and now they're asking these questions that they already had written, because I think they say that somewhere in after this is over. They already had questions written. They just didn't give them to Wizards of the Coast so they could get those gotcha moments. So I'm assuming that this was one of the questions they had written. That was an important question that, again, has precedent. Again, the D&D community has had to deal with this subject. I can't remember how it was resolved, but it is a question with precedent. And all he had to do was go, yeah, we already fixed that. Already fixed that. There's no possible way it could happen. And he keeps trying to lean back. Well, what if it did? It can't. We literally took steps to make sure that it can't. And if someone does do something mean like that, we're counting on you guys to fix it, because obviously you fixed this. So again, brilliant strategy here. And again, it does. This is exactly what people wanted. And this is the thing that kind of upsets me the most about this whole situation, was the idea of, well, Wizard of the Coast lost our trust, and it's very hard to earn it back. What trust? They have not lied about anything. We have talked about right here. Nothing he has said has been a lie. He's been able to prove it over and over and over again. What trust was lost? Was trust lost when they said that there's going to be a $30 D&D Beyond tier? No, that was a blatant lie. Was trust lost when they said that Wizards of the Coast doesn't listen to your feedback? No, that was a blatant lie. When they came back and said that they used to listen to it, but they don't do it anymore, and that was a blatant lie. I don't understand why there has been this huge effort to just discount all of the lies on one side and go, well, I still trust them. And when Wizard of the Coast has not lied at all, there's never been any proof that they lied about anything. It has all been, well, my internal source said this, and those internal sources have been wrong more than they're right. Why does Wizard of the Coast have to earn the trust back? I don't understand that. And the best part about this, in my mind, is Wizards of the Coast is going, okay, we didn't lie this entire time, but yeah, we did lose your trust, and we're going to earn it back. They're not going on the offensive, going, no, you guys believed outright lies. Why should we earn your trust back? You guys slandered us. Something that hasn't been brought up here that probably could have, the idea of tortious interference with business is a real thing. And if Hasbro was much more litigant, they might have tried to do stuff like that, or slander or defamation, things like that. All of those, by the way, super, super long shot. Somebody asked why Wizards of the Coast never asked for a retraction, because it doesn't work. Like the Nick Sandman incident, if anyone remembers that, the articles are still up, even after settling out of court. The articles are still up that have blatant lies in them. Suing a news organization for defamation is nearly impossible. So yeah, the reason why they didn't ask for a retraction, because it wouldn't have worked, and they know that. It would have just made them look even more petty, and this is a significant... It's not the choice I would have made. I would have been petty, which is why I don't want Wizards of the Coast. But it was absolutely the right decision for them to not try and ask for retractions or anything like that, because it wouldn't have worked. Yeah, I mean... Well, and that's and brings up a good point. People are going, you trust a corporation? This idea of capitalism is somehow the most evil thing in the world and all corporations are evil is not true, and has never been true. Are there bad people in corporations that do horrible things? Absolutely. 100%. They're currently doing them right now. But the idea that somehow Wizards is one of them is so far beyond laughable that it's painful. Something that, again, you learn in business school is this thing called business ethics. Business ethics has nothing to do with are you a good business or a bad business? You don't have Glinda, the good witch of the business, wandering around declaring you good or bad, and people don't drop houses on bad businesses. What business ethics is the study of, does a business have a responsibility to improve the market that they operate in? And the overwhelming amount of research that has been gone into this, the overwhelming result of that has been, yes, not only do they have an obligation to do that, but they will lose money if they don't. So the idea of business ethics is based on the idea that you will make more money if you do good things than you do bad things. And so this idea that businesses are always trying to do bad things because that makes them the most money. No, you lose money when you do bad things. Always. There are very, very, very few instances where businesses have gotten away with unethical things and actually made money off of it. My favorite example I like to put out, most people think salesmen are dishonest. Again, they've done studies. You want to know who the most honest person in a store is going to be? A salesman. You want to know why? Because if a salesman lies, they have to deal with that instantly. They are generally the least likely to lie of anyone in the store because they have to form personal relationships with their customers. if you go to the least trustworthy, it's actually members of management. And the reason they are the least trustworthy is because they actually have the authority to fix their mistakes and make their lies true. Now, most people will trust a manager over a sales associate every single time. I've seen this over and over and over again, and it's based on faulty logic. They assume that the manager won't lie to them and the sales associate will, because sales associates are evil. It's never been true. And when we talk about dishonest managers, the thing that makes them the most dishonest is, I think it was like somewhere between 50 to 20% of them have told a lie to a customer. So the vast majority of managers are honest. However, the largest group of people that tend to end up lying happen to be managers. So this idea that corporations are not trying to rush, we think of it. I'm going to try and get through this as much as I can. I don't want to do a part two, but there is kind of a piece in the middle here that I might skip over a little bit, because it's just talking. They're talking about something that's not really related. So anyway, I'll finish this up. But this idea that corporations are evil is not based in fact. Yes, are there corporations that do bad things? Absolutely. They don't make money off of it in general. That's a Hollywood thing that was created for movies. If you've ever seen Santa Claus the movie, John Lithgow's character doesn't exist. It has never existed. That kind of person would never get to that position of power, because they would screw up so royally getting up there that they never make it. So let's keep going.
I think counting on the community is definitely, all well and good. Feedback is great, but is there any kind of intent to, reflect on these things before they are put out to the community, so that the community doesn't have to kind of be relied on for this information? Are you going to have maybe like community leaders who can like take a look over things? Like, for example, you had what was the monkey race that was in?
All right. So they go into this entire bit here about the Hadozi, and it has nothing to do with OGL, and it's just meant to paint Wizards of the Coast in a bad light. The information here is really useful. Don't get me wrong, and the answers that he gives are very, very good. It explains how that was able to go. He admits that it was a mistake. He actually says in here, actually the internal processes we have to prevent that from happening weren't followed. So people broke rules in order for that to happen. However, it's not going to fuel this conversation at all, because again, I want to focus on the OGL stuff. And this is the attempt of, well, we need to paint you as the bad guys. So we're going to bring up something else that you did that was absolutely wrong. And we're going to try and show that so that we can pivot it over to, well, putting a racist depiction in your game is just as bad as the OGL 1.1. Again, it's an argument of emotion instead of argument of fact. They're trying to get people to make an emotional connection instead of actually looking at facts. So I'm going to see if I can't skip over this stuff because it's a decent chunk of the conversation, and it doesn't help this at all. Hey, thank you for showing up, Walter. I sincerely appreciate all the insight that you gave to me. Yeah, so let's keep going, and I'm going to just kind of skip through this.
Oh, the Hadozi. When you see the reprint of Curse of Strahd when it comes out, we have some things that we need to do. So
they talk about that we've changed
to make it better,
other things.
And we're going to do it with advice of cultural consultants. So we have used them in the past. What we were not doing is 100%.
So yeah, and they talk about how we've used
every word.
The idea of we've used sensitivity readers and stuff like that, but we generally only would bring them in for specific parts. Now they're going to read them all. Again, nothing to do with OGL in any way, shape, or form. It's just meant to paint them in a bad light.
Word we publish. That's
we did an episode actually about the previous version of the Hadozi from like 3.5.
It's in that space. It's very possible for somebody meaning well to make what they think is
So
there
more
are no
hard-nosy stuff.
repercussions from it. I mean, I've only been in this job for a few months, so I have to build a track record. I have to create approach that permeates throughout the team. And so I think certainly now I'm not on the
in 2020, which Wizards in fact publicly apologized for. What are you doing as an executive to ensure that your employees of all different backgrounds have a safe work environment?
Okay, so this was another thing that I'd love to talk more about this, but they bring up that, again, unnamed sources have been saying that Wizards is a bad place to work at. And that one of the people, I think his name, I can't remember I think his name is Chris, they say. They talk about how he's apparently abusive to employees and stuff like that. Again, link in the description. Go watch it for yourself. It's really, really good information. It's nothing to do with the OGL. And again, it's just meant to paint them in a bad light. And Kyle Brink just flat out says, I have no knowledge of that. They're not on my team. And they make mention of that in the other thing too. It's like, well, how? That's such a corporate answer. No, it's a smart answer. Again, I bring up this idea of tortious interference with business. If you say things that cause someone else to lose business, that's what's called a tort. And tortious interference is an actual legal standpoint that, again, has existed for like 300 years. It can lead to very, very bad things in lawsuits that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. In addition to that, Kyle has to work with this dude. So whether it's true or not, it's a really stupid thing to badmouth your coworkers to other people. And so again, this whole point of this part of the conversation is we need to paint you in a bad light. So, okay, well, you guys were racist before. Well, we made a mistake and we've put steps in that it's never going to happen again. Okay, well, that doesn't make you look bad. Well, you know, these unnamed sources claimed that this is happening. I can't confirm that. It's not my team. I've never seen that happen. And they just keep trying to do everything they can to paint them in a bad light. They keep failing, so they just go to each next thing. Yeah, like I said, go and listen to this. It's really, really good stuff. The answers that he gives are very, very good, but it's just not helping the situation, and it's 3 hours long now. So it's getting close to 4 hours at this point. So we'll keep going.
I think the responsibility of every senior leader, especially if we're going to grow as a society, to keep that door open, especially to marginalized folks. And in addition, we have.
And so this part, they're just like, well, why aren't there enough? Why aren't there enough black people? I realize it's a massive reduction, but they're basically saying, well, why isn't there enough diversity there? Why are all the higher ups all white people, all white cisgender men? Which isn't true because the head of D&D right now is a woman. But sure, let's go with that. The CEO of D&D right now is a woman. And he basically, again, I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically says, hey, we're promoting, we're looking for more voices. We're just not there yet because they're not there yet. We hire them on, we develop them, we hope that they'll take over leadership positions. But to be blunt, this industry has been run by white males. So in order to get to a position of leadership, you need experience. And unfortunately, no one's been able to get experience before that were people of color. And now we're giving them the experience and we're doing everything we can to promote them. And he actually says something here that I really, really hate where he goes, I can't wait for people like me to not be a part of D&D. It is such a pandering statement. It is the only thing that he says in this that I really find insulting. Because the idea of, well, the color of your skin obviously makes you more qualified for this. I've never believed in that idea, and that's an entirely other discussion that we can have, not in this. But again, well, yeah, okay, so you're not going to admit that you're a bad place to work at, but there's not enough diversity there, and that means you're evil. And he goes, you're right. And we're doing everything we can to change that, but we cannot just take someone off the street and let them run the company. They have to understand how the business works, and the only way you get to do that is by working in the business. Sorry, that's how it works. And he says it a lot better than I do. So like I said, actually watch this. I have a link in the description. Watch it. Let's keep going.
Anonymous feedback channels whereby people can raise issues if they don't feel safe doing so.
So this is another
but
discussion
I
about.
take this extremely personally. I have gotten in trouble at other workplaces for maybe going too far as a leader in going after these things. So it's it's not something that can be trivialized. We cannot do our best work as creators if we don't feel safe, and we cannot do our best work as members of society if we can't.
Another point of fact, no business in the world will tell you about their internal discipline processes. It's a remarkably stupid thing. It opens up to lawsuits. So the reason they kept asking, what did you do to him? Is he fired? We took appropriate steps. That is all they would ever say, because that's the smart thing to say.
Can't address the hard was. But I can say there is a system, and I have seen it work.
And again, they're just hammering in, well, why didn't you fire him? Yeah, it's happened. We're just not going to tell you what it
the lack
is.
of diversity that we mentioned earlier. One of the things that...
So here's the diversity conversation.
Heads around.
Of power. And while I'm sure that there have been numerous hirings of...
So here's it. Well, why aren't
different minorities? At least
people of color in power?
False every day. And so it's, in my viewpoint, honestly, guys like me can't leave soon enough.
So that's the phrase. I'm like, this is really stupid and pandering. Guys like me can't leave soon enough. Then why haven't you given up your job? If it is so important that we have to have someone that looks different than you in that position, quit. Do it right now. Quit and give it to someone that deserves the position, if that's what is your view. And it's just, it's pandering nonsense, and I hate it. And it's the only thing that he says here that just annoys the hell out of me. But yeah, again, it was done, again, just to paint them in a bad light, and it didn't work. So moving on.
For this hobby.
Producing online content, and that I think the phrase that was used in D&D Shorts' video is that books would then be like collector items or like
Okay, so this one I'm actually going to let them say the whole thing about, so I'm going to just back it up a little bit to get the whole context.
Is going to be it's going to be
false every day. And so it's, in my viewpoint, honestly, guys like me can't leave soon enough for this hobby. And we owe you good games. We owe you good products. And so we need to make sure that everybody working on it is real good at it. And that means not just hiring, but also developing, right? When we bring people in who are good, we need to empower them, give them more room to run, give them guidance on what we learned when we were creating stuff so that they can create great stuff too. And then, I always hire people smarter than me so that I can get out of their way. That's my approach. And so as long as we stay on this trajectory, yeah, this is the face of D&D will literally change.
Okay. I see we're running relatively low on time, so I got two big questions that I wanted to get to. The first is that many people suspect that 1D&D is going to be it's going to be, at least with the release of 1D&D, there's going to be a very strong focus on digital platforms like VTTs, that 1D&D could end up being kind of what many suspect 4th edition was originally supposed to be. I'm sure you know, 4th edition was supposed to have a VTT that came with it. That didn't end up happening, and that caused, further difficulties in terms of playing the game. There's strong suspicions, especially with the announcement of the VTT and the clips that were shown, or the images that were shown in the announcement, that 1D&D is going to be like a heavily online game, and that Wizards' focus is shifting more toward primarily producing online content, and that I think the phrase that was used in D&D Shorts' video is that books would then be like collector items or like special things that you could buy, but that were not key to the experience, and that everything else was going to be digital. In terms of physical books, rather, were going to be like collector's items.
So our goal is to give you more ways to play. So it's and, not instead. We're going to keep making the game as we do today. And that's also why we love all the work that's being done by all the VTTs out there. We think that's great. It's been essential for people to be able to play that way. And we think that's going to continue to be true. We would also like to offer a cool looking 3D space if people want to play in that too. But it's not ever meant to replace. It's just meant to be additive. Here's another way you could play if you like that. Here's another way you could play if you like that. And, I could certainly see if people were trying to make forward-looking discussions and might say, well, what if everybody started playing that way? Would we ever make books? And then, I could see somebody saying from that, well, maybe then books would become collectibles. That's not the strategy, though. The strategy is to give you all the choice, and then we go where you're interests lie. We go where your choices lie. I mean, we're here to make a game for the players, and so what we want to do is put as many things on the table for you as we can, and lean into the things that you like best.
Okay.
So again, this is another absolute lie, and this is the only time I think in the entire interview where he actually says, no, that's not true. He says it much more tactfully than I have. He goes, no, we're not going to stop selling books. And again, that's another thing where it's like it would be monumentally stupid for them to do that. They make more money off of books than they make off of D&D Beyond subscriptions, than off of buying dice and all these other things. It would be monumentally stupid to do that. There's no reason why they would ever do that. That lie in and of itself was never believable. And I think it's kind of to Kyle's credit here that this is the first time he said, no, that's not true. Everything else, he's just been kind of, okay, well, I'm not going to discount. But this, flat out, he's like, no, it's not happening. And I guess he has said a couple of things where I was just like, no. But this one, he's specifically going, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going that statement. And he gives a little bit of leeway. It's like, perhaps the person that leaked this overheard a conversation where somebody said, what if people just go online completely? Would you still publish books if no one was buying them? And the response might have been, yeah, if no one's buying them, then of course we'll go all digital. And that's basically what he said there. So again, another way to say, well, how can we make him look bad? Oh, you're going to stop selling books because all you care about is money. No, we're going to give you more stuff. The idea that they were trying to get rid of other VTTs doesn't make sense. The DMs Guild right now is onboarding a process that will allow you to publish, sell Roll20 things that are compatible with Roll20 on the DMs Guild, which is partially owned by WotC. You can already sell Fantasy Ground compatible things on the DMs Guild. Like, they buy it on the DMs Guild and then they can use it on Fantasy Grounds. If they were trying to put other people out of business, why would they be helping them make money? It was never a real thing. It was just a lie. Probably, if I had to guess, it was probably a disgruntled employee who was trying to kind of make a name for themselves and feel special when all this stuff was going, so they wouldn't contact. Was like, well, I have something juicy for you. I heard this, and this. And it was just shit stirring. That's all it was. It was never true. And he's confirmed it here. Well, why do you trust them over the leakers? Because he's putting his name to it and the leakers have never come forth. That's the other kind of really bad argument. It's like, well, these people have proof. No, they don't. They have nameless faces. Again, my mentor, William Tolkien, said all these things about Wizards of the Coast. None of that is true. There's no way to verify it. And if I just said, well, I know this other guy who definitely works at Wizards of the Coast, and he said that Chris Perkins actually goes around with a giant greatsword chopping up interns and using them for blood rights. There's no way to disprove that aside from looking for, missing people reports. When you bring up unnamed sources, you cannot use them as like, well, this is proof. It's not proof. There's nothing about it that is proven. You could literally say anything and there's no way to disprove it because the person doesn't exist. And I don't mean that it's a fake person. I mean, in the discussion we're having right now, the person doesn't exist. They have no name. They have no face. We have no idea who they are. There's no way to credibly know if what they're saying is true or false unless somebody that has a face confirms it. And the only people that have gone on record with their faces has been Wizards of the Coast. So yes, we do get to defer to them because they're the ones that are going on record and showing proof. All these unnamed sources aren't saying anything. We cannot trust them because they've been contradicted with actual sources, and real life sources with names always trump unnamed sources. Interns are level 0 NPCs, so no police reports. Well, and they're Wizards of the Coast. They can rewrite reality using a wish spell, and then no one will know that the people existed.
Liv, did you have anything to jump in with before I go to the final question?
No, I think the final question deserves a lot of time. So yeah, let's jump onto that.
Okay.
We'll have time meeting
Finally,
8 minutes.
How does D&D and Wizards of the Coast plan on rebuilding trust with the community?
Through actions. I mean, you behave your way out of a trust problem. You don't talk your way out of it. So, I mean, obviously, we'll have conversations like this. This is important, and talking is itself an action. I'm not denying that or setting that aside. And it's the actions that are going to count. What do we do? And that's why we started with the strongest possible action we could, which is, all right, here you go. It's in Creative Commons now. Go to town. No clearer signal we could send about our intentions here. And as more concerns get raised, we take action on them as well. So it is on us now to be responsive and good actors in the space. And that's so some of this, our plans for the future is going to be like, well, we're going to be watching to see what y'all need and acting on that. We want to make a game that you all want to play. And that includes making it a community and an environment where people feel happy playing, where people aren't, concerned about what's going to happen to their favorite creator or their favorite stuff down the road. So, for us, it's all about actions, not words at this point. And we intend to be active.
Okay. Do you have, I guess, if there's a message that you could give to those whose trust was broken? I know that there are many within the community who no longer really feel comfortable playing the game because they feel as though Wizards of the Coast and D&D kind of, or at least the corporate figures in those organizations, kind of showed their hand, and that there's not very much, that the focus is ultimately on.
So again, they're pushing this idea that, well, this is what you guys intended, and the only reason that you didn't get away with it is those meddling fans. Basically the Scooby-Doo, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for them meddling fans. They're trying to push this narrative. Well, yeah, but you guys really did show your hand, and this is what you wanted to do, and the only reason you did it was because we stopped you. And if we ever don't stop you, then you're just going to destroy everything. So listen to his response to this.
On profits and not on the people and not on the fans and the creators who have helped.
Again, nothing to support that statement.
To the heights that it has been and the heights that it has reached and make the game so special. Do you have a message to those who feel betrayed, essentially, by what has happened with this whole sequence?
So this is a really, really creative way of doing this, because he has effectively just hijacked the things. Because if Kyle, no matter how Kyle responds, he's basically accepting that that's what really happened. This is a really, really clever way. I don't think Jeremy was intending this to be some sort of way that he can move it. I think it's just the fact that he came into this conversation with a certain mindset, and because he had this last question, because he thought at this point in the conversation that he would have had like 7 or 8 gotcha moments, and Kyle would have been sitting there just going, I'm sorry, I'm such a horrible person, or you're so wonderful, please don't hurt me anymore. And he's not. Kyle's just sitting there going, no, this is exactly good. And so he's trying to rephrase this to try and get it back to, well, as much as you've said all this stuff that discounts this, I'm going to say that this is true anyways, because without this being true, this next statement doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So let's keep going.
Watch what I do, not what I say, and decide for yourself if what we're doing is enough for you to trust us. And either way, play your game with your friends. You don't need to have us at the table if you don't want to. Your game is for you. We'll make stuff for it, and if you want it, we'll be over here making it. You can come get it. But honestly, we should not be messing up your game. You should be playing your game. You don't. Honestly, you shouldn't need to trust Wizards of the Coast to play Dungeons and Dragons. I guess is what I'd really say. So we have work to do to build back that trust, but I would hate for a lack of trust in me and our team to get in the way of you having fun with your friends. Because
Right.
Your friends didn't break this. You didn't break this.
Very true. Well, I guess there you have it. Thank you very much, Kyle, for joining us and for answering these questions. yeah, I guess we will see how things go on. We will continue. I can assure you, we will continue to be watching your actions, and I guess we will judge from there. But thank you very much
Yeah.
for what you said.
Yeah, I really appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So, the end is exactly what you would expect. Just what I say, not what I do. And that line at the end, it shouldn't matter if you trust Wizards of the Coast. You shouldn't need to trust Wizards of the Coast to play D&D. That is a really, really important, that was a really, really important statement for Kyle to say, is this idea of why does it even matter if you trust us or not? There's nothing, like, we've already shown that we can't stop you from doing anything anymore. There's no reason for you to trust us. You don't need to trust us. This idea that trust has been broken and that somehow that means a really big deal, it doesn't. It is, again, it's another emotional argument trying to get people to be mad about this when there's no reason to be mad about this. Again, if you don't have facts to support your arguments, you use emotions. Now, Imp does bring up a good point. And I want to kind of emphasize this. I have been a little bit critical of Jeremy and Liv, because, again, it was very clear that they came into this with a specific intent. Their intent was, we're going to show you just how evil this company is. And when they weren't getting what they want, they would, do these backflips to try and find ways to rephrase things so that it would fit into the narrative that they believe. I do not believe they're being dishonest in any way, shape, or form. I think they honestly believe that Wizards of the Coast is this evil company that they have just won this huge triumph over. And they believe that because they believed a bunch of lies. And they repeated a lot of those lies here. Not because, again, they're evil, vindictive, disgusting people. It's because they believed lies that keep being told over and over and over and over. And Imp does point out, but they went into this and already made up their minds. Before they asked any questions, they had already decided what answers they were willing to accept. And when they didn't get those answers, they kept trying to find different ways to get those answers. And when they couldn't do that, again, there's almost 20 minutes left of this thing where it's just Liv and Jeremy talking, and they basically go, "Yeah, no, it wasn't true." Like the draft thing, they specifically say there's no way that was a draft. They were planning on releasing that, and the leak just stopped them. That's a completely verifiably false statement. You want to know how I know it was verifiably false? Because the leak didn't come out until after it was supposed to be released. If their intention was to release it, then the leak wouldn't have stopped it, because the leak happened after it was released. Now, the idea of giving people 10 days to update to a new license, we can talk about the logistics of that and how I've never heard of a contract in existence ever being modified with less than a 14-day notice policy. And generally, it's a 30-day notice policy. We can talk about that later. But the fact of the matter is that idea doesn't exist. There's nothing that supports that idea other than what this one journalist said with no support. Again, the document that was eventually leaked by someone else because the journalist refused to actually give us the real document. We had to wait for someone else to put it out. The document itself never mentioned January the 4th. Anywhere in the entirety of the document, it doesn't exist. The only place where that shows up is in the article, and the only justification is, well, unnamed sources. You don't get to claim unnamed sources as some sort of proof. Unnamed sources are not proof. Unnamed sources give you rumors. You have to prove those rumors before you're allowed to say that you have some sort of proof. And proof has to come from either named sources or actual evidence. Unnamed sources are not evidence. And everyone is putting this huge, huge, huge weight on these unnamed sources. That it's not how it works. It has never worked that way. because again, I could make up unnamed sources because I'm friends with Chris Perkins. I proved it by saying that he introduced me to the dude at Paizo as his friend. So I'm friends with Chris Perkins, and my sources have said that you're a doo-doo head. That carries as much weight as unnamed sources claim this, unnamed sources claim that. Give me a named source. Give me a named source, someone that's willing to go on record. If you were to take this to court, you have to go on record. You cannot convict someone based on unnamed sources. And that's the thing that upsets me the most about this. And again, I think Three Black Halflings, I'm going to go back to just my regular thing. I think they did a great job with what they had. They went into this wrong. They went into this believing something that was not true and did everything they could to try and prove their belief. And when they couldn't prove it, they just went, well, I don't care what we found out. I'm going to just continue believing what I believed before. We didn't give you any evidence to support it, but I've decided this is what's true. And that upsets me a little bit. But to be blunt, everybody is doing that right now. Absolutely everyone. That is the reason why I've done this 4-hour-long live stream. That everyone has decided that this is the fact, and then we will look. This is what happened, and then we will look for the evidence that supports what happened. Not let's look at the evidence and figure out what happened. You know, they came to a conclusion and are now just looking for ways to justify it. And every single person, very much like, again, I sincerely appreciate Walter showing up. I wish they could have stayed a little longer. But every single argument that they brought up was, well, you're wrong. Give me an example. Well, I can't. Then how am I wrong? Well, because you're wrong. This other person claims you're wrong. Okay, tell me what they said that said I'm wrong. Because I will guarantee you, Ryan Dancy has never said my name. Ever. So no, he has never said I am wrong. What specifically did he say? Well, I can't tell you that. Then it doesn't count. If you cannot give me something to refute, if you cannot give me something concrete that I can say yes or no, then it doesn't count. It's not evidence, and you can't claim that you are right based on, well, this other person said that I'm right. Well, why did they say that you're right? What evidence did they provide? What can I look at? What can I see? And yeah, I mean, Imp, you bring up a completely valid point. The Creative Commons thing, the reason people don't want to talk about Creative Commons is that it kills everything. If Wizard of the Coast and Hasbro was really money hungry, they never would have done Creative Commons. Paizo, who are the good guys in this, did not go Creative Commons. They didn't even think about it. And again, I sincerely doubt when they do come up with whatever their new thing is, if Orc ever turns into something real, which there's a very good chance that Orc will just slowly die and no one will mention it again, because it's no longer going to make them, it's going to cost them a shit ton of money to make, and there's going to be no benefit for them. The same is true about Kobold Press. They can do everything that they want, but somebody has to pay to get this thing made, and none of them are going to want to spend that much money when it's not going to give them a return. It's going to be significantly better for them to just use the Creative Commons stuff. That is my prediction of this. But Paizo 100% would never go Creative Commons. There are, and again, I won't get into it in this video, but there's tons and tons and tons and tons of evidence that Paizo is not a good place to work. And these are actually named sources, not unnamed nonsense. Yeah, the Creative Commons destroys everything. And you saw it literally here. Well, what are you going to do to stop this from happening again? Creative Commons. Well, what if someone tries to do something else that's bad? Creative Commons won't allow that. Creative Commons is the solution to everything right now. And it was drastic. It was massively drastic for them to do that. That's why I didn't think they would do it. So yeah, Creative Commons. And that's why everyone keeps saying, well, you can't, Creative Commons doesn't matter because you can't copyright game mechanics. Again, we've talked about that live before. It's not true. It's people that don't understand how case law works. Trying to, again, they made a decision. They're trying to find facts to support it. And in order to do that, they're misattributing facts and they're misunderstanding how the law works. Anyway, Thank you to everybody that showed up and commented on this. Like I said, I sincerely appreciate this. Anyone that's watching this after the fact, this is very, very long, but I hope some of this is useful to you guys because I hate stuff like this. I really, really do. I'm very, very good at conflict resolution and things like that. I don't like it. It's the same thing that I was really, really good at working retail. I hated it. I hated every single moment of it, but I was very, very good at it. And there's another thing. I'm remarkably good at this, but I hate dealing with drama. I hate calling people out and showing their biases and things like that. It's not fun for me. But this, what's even less fun for me is watching people spread lies and misinformation, and hurting groups of people that I actually like. Again, I've met Chris Perkins like 3 or 4 times. I met him once at Gen Con, and then for a while he used to come down to Wisconsin every year for Gamehole Con, and I used to help. I used to run games at Gamehole Con all the time. And again, because I was part of the convention scene and I didn't run Gamehole Con, but I helped run one of the conventions. All the people that ran convention, we all knew each other. Like, I think I still know the person that runs all the Gamehole Con stuff. He's a really great guy. And just because we technically worked at competing conventions, when I would go to Gamehole Con, I would help run the room when I was in there. Despite the fact that I was only there to run games because it got me a free ticket, I 100% helped organize things, and I made copies, and I did all the stuff I would have done at my own convention because we all like each other. And while I was at Gamehole Con, I met Chris Perkins like 2 or 3 times. He's a delightful person. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. And because he works for Wizards of the Coast, like, he's being dragged through the mud over this stuff. And it's not fair. He's a really great guy. From what I've seen of Kyle, he seems like a really great guy. He seems like someone that I would want to spend time with. And I'm not okay with people lying and manipulating the truth just to make themselves feel superior. So that's why I've done this entire thing. Again, 3 black halflings. If you guys do see this and you want to defend yourself or clarify or anything, again, I am 100%. I would be more than happy to talk with you offline. Like if you want to have, like, I'm not going to give you my phone number, but I'll have like a Discord call or a Zoom call or something, and I won't record anything. I'm more than happy to do that. If you want to have me on your channel where I can just talk about that, I'm more than happy to do that as well. If you want to come on my channel and we can have another conversation like this, any way you guys want to talk about this, I'm happy. I want people to talk about this. I want people to stop just coming to conclusions based on nothing. This has been a huge, huge blow for a very tiny part of the internet. And that's another thing. People are like, wow, this is the biggest thing that's ever happened in RPGs. It really isn't. It was the biggest thing that's happened on RPG Twitter. And Twitter itself is remarkably small. And RPG, like, it started bleeding out, like, I think Philip DeFranco covered it once, and stuff like that. So it started bleeding out, but for the most part, this wasn't as big a deal as people tried to make it. And a lot of people tried to make some money off of this. I really want to go back to how Critical Role is ruining D&D instead of Wizards of the Coast is somehow evil. Like, I've every 6 months, folks, every 6 months, somebody has to destroy D&D. Anyway, guys, I am very, very tired. But thank you, everyone that showed up to this. I sincerely appreciate it. Going forward, I don't plan on talking about this again, even if more interviews and stuff like this come up. I think I'm done. Like, I want the truth to come out, but I think I've gone as far as I can. So I'm done with this. If you don't believe me, that is entirely fine. I'm okay if you don't want to believe me. If you think I'm talking out of my ass, it's perfectly fine. There's no possible way I can convince you what I'm saying is true. I cannot make you believe anything. And that's okay. Like with Walter today, agree to disagree. If you don't want to believe that this is how business works, that's perfectly fine. But I'm also not I'm not going to kind of just give up and say, well, they were right. Somebody brings it up, I'm just going to go, you're wrong. And I spent 4 hours telling a lot of people why you're wrong. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You're just wrong. If you want to know why you're wrong, go watch my 4-hour live stream. Again, thank you so much to everyone who showed up. I sincerely appreciate it. I do want to call out Walter specifically because they were offering a voice of contention, and that is really, really important in discussions like this. You cannot have everybody agreeing. You will not get to the truth if you don't have some form of dissension. And Walter provided that very, very well, and he did it very, very respectfully. And I 100% appreciate all of the work and effort that they put in, and everyone else that showed up. Imp, thank you so much. Scurvy Ninja. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else that I might have missed in here. Luke, thank you very much if you're still watching this. The reason I didn't miss your question about what got me into RPGs. That wasn't what the topic of this was. If you want to ask that, literally ask it in the comments of literally any video I put out, and I will answer it there. I just didn't think it was appropriate here. That's all it was. But thank you, Luke, for showing up. Nick A, again, I sincerely appreciate, despite the fact that Nick came in with a bit more of an adversarial situation. Again, 100%. I sincerely appreciate that. Wickeden, again, or Wichiden, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I appreciate all of this stuff. It has been 100%. This went a lot better than I thought it would. So anyway, that is all for me today. I will see you guys next time. All right. Bye-bye.